and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Get involved, why don't you? Watch us. See who's cutest.
Oh.
What's wrong with that?
Is there an award for that? Cutest?
Well,
Yeah.
there should be, but it clearly would go to Tim,
I agree with you on that.
who's back off his deathbed to join us for this final presentation of the week.
It's the final full dais before I think Monday, January 6th will be the next time we're all together, Doug. What do you think about that?
Well, that's quite a dry spell. I hope we can get through it. It won't be easy. No one said it would be.
You're vacationing next Monday and Tuesday. Jackson and I are vacationing the 26th and 27th. And Martin, you are vacationing the final week of the year. And then we will all return on the following Monday.
We'll be rested. We'll be better than we were before.
Amen. You can watch the program and get involved. I see the delectable Danny Pintaro is in there. You remember him? He played Jonathan on Who's the Boss?
I didn't
His
see a
sister
lot of
was
Who's the
Alyssa
Boss?
Milano. Judith Light was the mom, and Tony Danza
I
played
think
for the
so.
Cardinals. Did you know that he played for the Cardinals?
I didn't know that. No.
The great Tony Danza.
That's exactly right. So it's fun to have him in the YouTube chat. You can talk it over, youtube.com/TMA. STL. A couple of pieces of business to tend to. We have a big show for you today. I mean, we got a big show
What
for
have we
you.
got?
It's one of those real big shows as opposed to we fake it and
That's
say it's a
exactly
big show.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So most importantly, we are doing a fundraiser today for Annie's Hope. Annie's Hope is the charity with whom we worked last Thursday for our Christmas party toy drive. And Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend, Amy LaBelle, has been working at Annie's Hope for 13 years. Now, for those of you who have been listening to TMA for a long time, you've heard Michael Wellington on the pro. You know Michael Wellington, Martin?
I know
feel like you might
a little
know
bit
him
through
from the
Timmy
same-
Lane, the Lane
yeah,
crew.
There you go. His brother, Kevin, lost his wife. She was 39 years old in October, leaving behind 4 children. And what Annie's Hope does is provides counsel and guidance for children who lose significant people in their lives. And usually, certainly, it's parents, but it, of course, can be siblings, could be close friends. And I learned about Annie's Hope because when Jay Randolph Jr. passed away, I saw that was one of the places that our listeners could donate to. And then I learned more about it through Amy, and I thought, my God, if more people knew about this, they would think the world of what it is that they do. As it turns out, a month after Laura Wellington passed, they had, at Annie's Hope, an incredibly difficult set of circumstances, which is why we're doing the fundraiser today. There was water damage on November 5th that took out half their office. All the offices, all the storage, 3 of the 9 support group rooms are now stripped down to bare concrete and steel studs. They don't know how long it's going to take, but all of their archives are gone, and it's going to be 6 figures plus to get things back up and running. So what I would like to request today from our audience is, if you can, go to, and we've sent these out on social media. The links are out on TMA STL on Twitter, on the TMA fan page on Facebook, on Instagram. This is where you can go to donate, if you would be so kind, as we have a big show today, and we figure with the last show with the whole group before the Christmas week, it's a perfect time to do it. Go to donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. And that is where we hope that we can raise some money for Annie's Hope and Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend, Amy, who has been there for 13 years, and all of the families who have worked with Annie's Hope over the years. It's been in St. Louis for more than a quarter century, and they are facing quite a bit of adversity because of a flood on November 5th. So we thought, final show before the Christmas week with the whole group together, this could be a way that we could help Annie's Hope. So that is what we are doing throughout the course of the broadcast today. On the dossier, with Indiana taking on Notre Dame, we have friend of the program, possibly my biological father, Joe Theismann, joining us at 7:35.
It's not out of the question that he's dad.
It's possible.
Okay.
He does address me as son. It's awkward.
Have the two of you taken blood tests or anything?
Well,
Got a
I know
workup
he was on the phone with Producer Joe when Producer Joe was working at the Inside STL offices, and my dad, being a big Notre Dame fan and then also aware of the implications that he might be my father, said, "Oh, can I talk to him?" So my dad gets on the phone with Joe Theismann. Yeah. You can picture this, Martin.
Did he rip him?
It's probably better, Timmy, if he's your dad. It's fine.
And then Joe Theismann requests to talk to my mom, which is kind of a cuck.
Yeah,
kind of a cuck.
big time.
Well, that's when Daddy likey.
And my dad, said sure, why not, and gave the number. And I don't know where things have gone since then. We'll revisit that coming up at 7:35 and look ahead to tonight's 20-degree temperatures in South Bend, Indiana for Notre Dame and the Indiana Hoosiers.
But your mom hasn't been taking unexplained out-of-town trips, vacations, or anything?
Not as far as I know, but I know she really likes going to Clayton for drinks.
Oh.
Yes, Daddy, I did.
Well, at the end of the show, we'll do a Maury. We'll have a blood test. We'll announce it at the end of the show, so you have to stay tuned the entire 4 hours.
That's how you're going to find out. Kevin Wellington is going to be with us at 8 o'clock to tell us about his experience with Annie's Hope. We were texting yesterday, and he raved about what they did for his family and some of the peers he now knows through Annie's Hope. Joe Buck, representing the Indiana side of tonight's college football playoff game, with us at 8:30. And Martin, you have talked with him. He is not going to the game?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
Actually, we booked him for 8 o'clock, and then Jackson said, we moved him to 8:30. This is the other day. This is before Kevin Wellington was on at 8. And I thought, who in the hell are we kicking Joe out for? And I can't remember why. I think he said he liked the way it lined up. Joe Theismann at 7:30, Joe Buck at 8:30. So it was just the rhythm and flow of the show. But I've only texted about the game, so I'm not sure. He actually wanted to be on, Doug. He knew it was a big day, and he thought it made sense that he came on this particular show. Yeah.
And you told him, well, we're not sure.
I said, we'll see if we can wedge you in.
We're awfully loaded.
We got 4 hours. Right. John may call in again.
Not just anybody gets on this presentation.
I mean, he's got a Green Bay game, so he could just hang out up north.
Oh, yeah.
As if the 45-minute flight is too much.
I think he should be there.
I agree.
I don't know if he will be there, but he should. I'm going to chastise him if he's not.
I would love to go to that thing. So Joe Buck with us coming up at 8:30. At 9 o'clock, Rams Super Bowl legend Mike Jones. And Martin, he's got some tales to tell.
Yeah, and he texted me yesterday. He's got an event that honors sort of the Demetrius Johnson giving this time of year. So he wants to tell folks about that event. And maybe we'll ask him about that Rams reunion, because remember, Coach Vermeil wasn't invited to the L.A. Rams reunion.
Seems petty.
Well, they said he was invited. They just wouldn't pay for his airfare or his hotel. Otherwise, he was invited. So maybe, I don't know if Mike may not want to touch on that, but I'll bring it up awkwardly.
I like that. That's at 9 o'clock. Joey Vitali at 9:30. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. So there is your dossier for December 20th, 2024. Now, what do we call this, Jackson? Honesty in media?
Always have.
Full transparency. I didn't sleep 1 minute last night. Doug, I'm dangerous right now. I'm liable to say anything.
You just tossed and turned all night long?
I'm just still not healthy, to be real straightforward. So I'm going to stay in my little corner and not try and get my spittle on you.
Oh,
right.
And I'm just, I don't know what to say. It's been 3 days and I'm still not right. Mm-hmm. But I told Amy that we would be doing this fundraiser today, and I wanted to make sure that we did it, and I knew we had a big show lined up, and plus missing 3 straight days is not necessarily, the form that you want to have. So that is the set of circumstances, but we got a big program lined up, and tip of the cap to everybody involved for putting it together.
Tip of the cap to Producer Joe.
Producer Joe got us Joe Theismann. How about that, March?
I think we just mentioned it on the show, and he hopped to it just like that.
He texted me right away.
Is he going to want compensation for that?
I would think so. What is it, $1,000 a guest? Is that
we'll split the gift card in half. Just cut it right down the middle, and you show up and tell them it's half off. Tim, can I offer you a recap?
What do we got?
Of Wednesday. I know you probably went back and listened to the entire show. So I was prepared yesterday with the Wednesday recap. I can provide that. And I also have the Thursday recap. So I don't want you to be lost. There's a lot of inside jokes on this show.
Right.
I'm still on episode season 3 of
3.
TMA, so I'm way behind.
It's like math. If you fall behind, you never get caught up.
Doug was still auditioning for the show. I haven't quite plowed through that yet. But on Wednesday, here you go, Tim. I know you missed it. Jackson asked about eating oranges while in the shower. Says that's a thing, that you eat an orange while you're showering. It's erotic.
I never said it was
You
erotic.
insinuated
I said it was primal to like eat it and let the juices go over.
Have you done this with a lover?
No.
Are you naked when you do
That's
this?
a solo move. You do that you do that quietly without telling anybody.
So you like the opening scene of American Beauty?
Similar, yes.
Okay.
And you're naked while you do this.
Well, you're in the
Yeah,
shower,
of course.
right?
You're in the shower.
Standing naked in the shower, eating an orange.
Letting the juices flow over you.
I just felt Tim needed to know this in case it's referenced again.
By Theismann?
Well, it did come up a couple of times on the show.
I was communicating on the TMA fan page on Facebook last night with friends and foes alike, and I saw Chairman Steve make reference to Jackson using the shears on a mic drop and saying Vladdy needs to go eat an orange in the shower, and I go, God, I don't know what he's talking about. Is this like some reference? Is this like a communism thing that they eat oranges in the shower?
It must be.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
A lot of talk about eating grease missiles. That's what he
Grease
calls.
missiles.
That's what he calls the QT food on the rollers. Calls them grease missiles.
Well, I kind of like that.
And it took off. Grease missiles is now a thing. We stumbled into an NBA segment both days, really.
Do you feel like that was the grooming again?
I have to say, I think I brought it up one day.
Wow.
Although
Honesty in media.
It might have been in the links, so it was forced. The surprise guest on Wednesday was the lovable Darren Pang.
I knew that. I saw that on the TMA fan page, actually. The people were raving about Panger, and I'm like, oh, I would have liked to have gotten in. And then Jackson and I were texting, and you said you let him know that we're ready for him and Patty Maroon.
Yeah, I put the fear of God in him.
You did.
Patty's going to have to give me 4 or 5 shots.
He was anxious to do it. He said he wants to do it.
He's
And we're going to do it at his
still-
home track, same place where we beat Chris Nagel.
Yeah.
Right. He still belongs there.
He's world class. I love that.
He'll be
banger.
back this week, he said. He's got grandkids in
Oh,
St.
really?
Louis. He
Oh,
said he'll
God
be
bless.
around during the holiday break. So you may
People
have.
love that interview.
And
with
people
Panger.
love Panger.
Yeah,
When he
they do.
left, I said, does anybody dislike that? Like, every announcer has detractors.
Yeah, you're right
He may
about
be the
that.
only one who doesn't have. Have you ever heard anybody say, he's not my cup of tea?
God.
I've never heard that.
That's amazing that you bring that up. But yes, now that you mentioned that, especially like a color commentary guy, yeah.
Jackson awkwardly called Jamie Rivers JR and then kind of walked it back and said, but what would you. But yeah, your name is JR, Jamie Rivers.
Did Jamie Rivers enjoy that?
I don't think so.
No.
Jeremy Rutherford, the actual JR, was here, and I offered him a book idea, 101 Things to Do in Jefferson County Before You Die. And he embraced it. We found out where the best bison burger in St. Louis is. Bob Hope was discussed, as were payphones. Martin and Jackson will be picketing the Vitali Christmas party. We're going to be outside with signs.
Oh, nice.
Sort of like a union thing, and we're screaming scabs at everybody that goes in. All of that, but even still, at the end of the show Wednesday, your dad called in and said, the show's better with Tim.
He did call it.
Despite all of that. That was the Wednesday show, Tim. And then Thursday, once again, loaded for bear. Martin's dangly bits did a drive-by on Doug. We thought it was a serious caller. And then he went naughty at the end. And
Oh, yeah, that's how they sometimes get you.
I got nicked.
Yeah,
I got
that's how they
nicked.
sometimes get you. That's the old bait and switch, Martin.
Jackson really loves the Memphis Redbirds uniform.
Feel strong about that.
Mad Dog Russo hates Christmas.
Really?
We struggled in the simplest task, which was getting Robert Thomas on the air. 3 times we went to him and he wasn't there.
He was overseas in Tampa.
He was there and he said, I thought you guys were doing a bit. We kept going. We couldn't hear him, but he could hear us. Jackson was sweating bullets at that point.
Yeah. Were you? Were you tight?
No, I mean, I figured that we'd get it eventually. If it was anybody like, and not a shot at anybody, but like it's Robert Thomas on the phone, like not necessarily a guy who's like done a million radio interviews. So like you want to, and he plays for the Blues, you know. So that made it a little tighter.
Robert Thomas awkwardly put me in my place. So yeah, well, goals are hard to come by. When I said they weren't scoring much.
It was like golf's a hard game.
Oh, that's how like good golfers always say, hey, what's going on with so-and-so? Well, I mean, it's a tough game. So that was kind of what we got yesterday.
That's what we got
from
from
Yeah, caller John was a guy kind of mumbling about the Bears and Chiefs, asking Doug only questions, and then people thought it was either Rich Gould or John Hadley calling in. That was the
They have 2 different sounding voices.
a lot of John will get you right. Hey, mate, Doug, the Bears play this weekend. Coach Drink asked the Kelsey brothers their favorite post-game snack. We didn't think it was drink. Doug did, so I texted the SID at Mizzou
What
to
have we
find
gotten
out.
on that? Because I'm curious.
Absolutely not him.
Absolutely not.
But Mizzou has been contacted by a number of folks wondering if it was, in fact, Coach Drink.
I think it must have been AI because it sounded a lot like him, but not exactly like him.
And then I saw the Colonel tweet that it wasn't him, and then I'm like, oh, I guess I'm a mark-ass buster.
Listeners were furious that we
mark-ass buster.
The listeners were upset that we were such rubes for thinking it was.
We spent like 3 segments on it.
And then I promised to contact Mizzou, and people were texting, do it, contact Mizzou. And I said, this is a little awkward, trying to not take it too serious. There's a thing called throning, which Anna Marie would be guilty of, dating Tim just because it makes her more of a celebrity.
I get that.
Throning, right?
I get that.
Tim might be having transgender surgery. That was suggested on the text line.
It's live.
Let's see here. I believe, let's see. I think that might have been. We had a Federico discussion about Foam Lake. Pretty lengthy discussion about his hometown of Foam Lake. And I believe, and then at the very end, Tim's dad called in. It's not as good without Tim.
He said it again.
So there you have it. You're up to speed on all things TMA.
Man, that's nice. Former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette says, I absolutely love this recap. Jimmy Recap says, Tim, my condolences on your sickness. If you need a new immune system, I offer mine as tribute.
Oh, come on.
Well, he saved his Jimmy Recaps, but he goes by Afton Altar Boy. Okay. Interesting.
And he's going to give you his immune system.
Smack those kids for me when you get home, Tim, and that wife of yours needs to protect you from their diseases. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
So it's on her.
It sounds like it's on her.
Yeah.
I thought that my 2-year-old had food poisoning on Sunday night, and then maybe he just got sick twice in a week. Although that doesn't seem like that's the way that it usually works, right? Because he went to the Vomit Comet 2 Sundays in a row.
Yeah.
My older son was on the Vomit Comet last Wednesday, and Doug, I was on the Vomit Comet late Tuesday, early Wednesday morning. And man, do I hate going on the Vomit Comet.
Well,
and it was taco night, too. So I had to release the devil that was taco night. It made it all the more. And I knew it was coming, too. And
hard shell, soft shell, or hard
soft shell.
Oh, that helps a little.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
You really broke that down. I was like, why does he want to know? Like, actually, that is a fair discussion.
Coming back up.
It caused esophageal issues.
It sure could have. It's going
brutal.
around. I know a lot of people who have it.
Brutal.
You just try to battle through it for about 3 days if you can.
But here we are. So, a big program lined up today, and we want to raise money for Annie's Hope. Once again, the link to donate, donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign, as we raise money for a wonderful charity with longtime TMA ties because of Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend, Amy LaBelle, working there for 13 years. They went through a flood on November 5th. They have 6 figures in damage, and we want to try to raise some money for them for our final show with the whole group together before Christmas. We'll be in next week, but people will start taking vacation. Doug out on Monday and Tuesday, me and Jackson on Thursday and Friday, and Martin is going the following week. And you're going down for the Music City Bowl, I guess, and you're going to celebrate it the whole week.
Family sort of asked that we go early, kind of prepare. Maybe be there for the walkthrough even.
3-day
Cheer the squad on. I'm just going to yell at Coach Drink. Great call to the Kelsey brothers. Really enjoyed you on the Heights.
Suggest some play action, too.
In honor of Skip Irwin. You have to yell that from the press box.
Don PP says, he looks so fragile and sickly. It breaks my heart. Doug, that's in the YouTube chat.
Heaven's sake.
A lot of people said they would drop soup off at your house. I don't know if that took place.
No, I mean I've had Jell-O. I've had a lot of Jell-O.
Have you?
That's it. I was telling you boys before the show started. I usually weigh about $155. I mean that's $155. That's a
big
brick ass house right there.
It's a large one.
Like a starting linebacker in the NFL.
Oh my God! How did St. Louis U High cut me from the football team?
Coach
Politics.
He still regrets it.
But I weighed myself the morning after visiting the Vomit Comet yesterday. And I was, or 2 days ago, whatever the hell it was at this point, $148. $148. Holy crap.
I need a cleanse like that.
God almighty.
The only thing worse than the flu would be tax problems, Tim.
There you go.
Nice.
But Mark
nice.
has got the prescription for that because he is the STL tax lawyer. If you have years of unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing, perhaps even an IRS criminal investigation. Mister, you don't want that. If you do, contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton of STLTaxLawyer.com. He'll get you taken care of. Mark Milton and STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. You want his credentials? Here they are. Got his accounting degree from University of Illinois, #1 accounting program in the country. Got his law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area. Mark Milton started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is the best of the best, and he now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, IRS, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
We'll take a commercial break. Joe Theismann, 7:35. Joe Buck, 8:30. Mike Jones, 9 o'clock. Joey Vitali, 9:30. Gabe DeArmond, 10:15. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, 10:45. Today we're raising money as we enter Christmas week for Annie's Hope. Please donate if you can to this wonderful charity, donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. It's up on all of our different social media platforms. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you here on the program. Joe Theismann going to join us in about 10 minutes on the program. And looking forward to talking it over with a gentleman who could be my biological father as Notre Dame gets ready to host Indiana. Everybody going to be watching this tonight?
Yep, sure.
Chairman, you're nodding. Martin, what about yourself?
I will catch it. We're going to the Nutcracker, but it starts at 5:30 at the Two Hill, so I'll get home plenty of time.
Okay.
I'll miss a little of the air. Why don't you guys text me?
I'll text you.
We'll like an active blog going the whole game.
It's going to be colder than all get out, both in South Bend and in Columbus tomorrow night.
They got snow up there in South Bend today, I think.
Like heavy snow, or is it just like flurries? What do we got? Do we got accumulating snow?
Let's see. I got the forecast up right now.
Our guy Tyler Fulgen was saying that footing could affect the spread. You would love it because Tyler's all things gambling.
Oh, I've hung out with Tyler before.
Talking over-unders, and he was bringing weather into the equation.
Smart move. That's why it's tough to do like gambling shows when you don't know the weather 5 days out. It's so material to legitimately attempting to handicap. I'm looking forward to this. I mean, I really am. This game and then the nightcap tomorrow, the other two I'm not as interested in. for whatever reason. I don't know why. What are you guys on these games?
What about Ohio State? Intrigue there,
Yeah,
just in
sure.
who they are. What you're saying?
Wide Delta.
The middle of the day game is like Penn State for whatever. They just kind of bore me in general. Just their brand.
Yeah, the one tonight I think is the most interesting.
Yeah.
Just because it's hard to get a real gauge on Notre Dame. They sure played well the back half of ever since the Northern Illinois loss. I mean, they really played well. And Indiana is kind of the Cinderella of the event.
Yeah.
Not sure what to make of them. Are they real or not? That's the game that has the most intrigue for me.
I'd like to see them play well because it's too easy to dismiss them as just the kind of this fluky. I mean, it would suck if they got rolled by Notre Dame because everybody, you didn't belong.
Yeah.
I would like them to at least legitimize their season with a good game, good effort. If they lay an egg, everybody will be like, next time you have a team that comes out and, oh, yeah, Cinderella, yeah, it's great. Well, look out, the big boys are going to get you. I hope they play. I don't care who wins, but I hope Indiana plays well.
I'll say this with regard to all 8 teams playing this weekend. Considering who is going to be playing Oregon, and it's Ohio State, Tennessee, any of the 8 teams, and I say this seriously, I think could advance to the Final Four. And a lot of that has to do with what the matchups are. So you might not necessarily be real high on SMU, but you see Boise State's the one that would be waiting for them. That's how you can see SMU in the Final Four. With Carson Beck now officially out for the remainder of Georgia's season, and some might go, hey, they're going to be better without Carson Beck, and I understand that. But that makes, I think, Georgia questionable sitting there. And keep in mind, just 3 weeks ago, Georgia was fighting for its life against Georgia Tech, and Georgia had its own issues against some subpar teams along the way. That kind of was surprising. So Georgia has a little bit of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in them. And then you've got Arizona State. And, I'm certainly intrigued to see what they can do, but I wouldn't rule out Clemson or Texas against Arizona State. I don't think many would. I think Texas would be a pretty comfortable favorite, as a matter of fact, for that game. So, with that said, any of the teams that win this weekend could find themselves running deep in this thing.
Mike Golick, I'm sorry, Martin. I'm looking at a tweet right now from Mike Golick Jr., and we got snowfall currently in South Bend. People are already lining up to get into the game. We have
how do you do?
Good chance of snowfall for Penn State. State College is probably going to get hit with some snow as well, so you might get a day snow game tomorrow. Not bad.
I like the story about Carson Beck. If you read it at ESPN.com, it says he's exploring surgery, and they said it's unlikely he'll be able to play. I'm like, he's exploring surgery. I would say he's probably out.
I mean, it was over the night that you saw him get hurt in Atlanta 2 weeks ago. It was, but I mean, I guess I get it. There's no upside in releasing the information, but that ship sailed, which is why I thought there was some value on Notre Dame and Indiana, just because they're not going to be facing the Georgia team that made its way to the SEC championship. It's snowing, too, Mr. Tim. Notre Dame football tweeted the pic. It's gorgeous. That's from Brian Henson. I wonder if he's covering the game for the Indianapolis Star.
I doubt it.
He's got a busy day of texting lined up.
A lot of high school activity there in Indianapolis, so that's probably where he'll be.
Wondering if my ex-towny skank girlfriend from Champaign is going to be in town this weekend for bragging rights. Y'all could take a ride if you want. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. So, Doug, that's something to think about.
Skank is such an ugly word, isn't it? Doesn't that just render up images of unpleasantness?
Doug's work husband.
Yeah, I don't like the word.
Well, he's a sponsor, though.
He is a sponsor, so it's fine. He can use it.
So is Seth Goldcamp online at designairservice.com, sponsor of the email of the day, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and compete with the greats like Buck Swope, who has 5 wins so far this month. Our Milagro Tequila listener of the year, Buck Swope. JV golf coach with 2 wins, Bill Gapes with a win, and Tom Bernansky's Batwing with a win, along with Los Ween, Brad and Boca, and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux Mom and Marcia's Burner, all with wins. You can get a win by emailing in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client as well. Work with Seth Goldcamp and his staff. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. We'll take a break and have Joe Theismann join us coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night, final score of 3-1 at the hands of the Tampa Bay Lightning. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Florida Panthers, not the Carolina Panthers, the Florida Panthers. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, friend of the show, possibly my father, Joe Theismann. Morning, Joe.
Been way too long. Way too long.
Joe.
It has.
Yeah,
Listen to this gallery.
Thanks for the call, son. Yeah,
We always like to catch up around the holidays, don't we, Dad?
yeah, that's about. Yeah, I know. Well, hey, great to catch up with you guys. Hi, Timmy. How are you?
I'm wonderful, Joe. I bet you are pretty fired up today, aren't you?
I am. I'm here in South Bend. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting here at the Morrison right now, looking out at the snow, which is almost about 2 inches on the ground, almost 2 inches on the ground, and it's supposed to stop a little bit later today, and it may pick up again tonight. So it's going to be an incredible first here at the university.
Wow. Does it favor anybody, you think? Bad conditions? Does it favor one team or the other?
I don't know about teams. It favors sides of the ball. I think it favors the offense because you have an idea where you're going, and the defense has to react. And I think I don't know if the field's heated or not. These guys play in all kinds of weather, both Indiana and Notre Dame. So, I think that Indiana likes to throw the ball, and they do an excellent job with it, and that could be a factor in the favor of Notre Dame. Notre Dame really runs the ball and has run it very well, and I think that's going to be important in this football game. So, if I was going to lean anyway, I'd probably say the weather, if it does do this tonight, but maybe favor Notre Dame.
Joe, did you play in the snow? What was the worst weather game you had?
Worst weather game I played in was a professional football game in Buffalo, the last game of the season. Seating capacity, 75,000 total fans, 5. Oh, it was cold. It was windy. It was snowing. It was, as a player, if you watch it on television, you see the snow come down. Everybody goes, oh, my goodness. But when you're really on the field, it's not that bad. We've seen Buffalo, obviously. You've seen Buffalo play this year in the snow. And offensively, as long as the footing is good, and the key is what kind of shoes you're going to wear. What kind of spikes do you have? You have to get out early. That's one of the things I used to do is get out early. I'd have 3 or 4 different types of shoes that would have different soles on them. I had metal tip shoes sometimes. Sometimes you'd have the rubber bottoms. Is the surface grass? Is it turf? Obviously, we have turf here. Those are all factors you have to think about. And normally you just go out and play football, but you have to really have to think about the equipment. It's like, what kind of tires do you have on the road when it's slippery and wet? That's pretty much basically the way it is for a football player getting ready.
When you go to a game there, do they still treat you like royalty? Do you get your own suite there? What's the experience like for you when you go back to a game there?
Everybody is so kind and so wonderful. I mean, it's just having played here and enjoyed the success that we did as a football team. And there's been a lot of different people that have come back. Tim Brown will be here. Jerome Bettis will be here. There's probably going to be about a dozen of us that have come back for this one. I mean, this is special. When I think of the University of Notre Dame, of course, I love it tremendously, but there haven't been too many firsts. In college football, I happened to have the opportunity to go to one of the first bowl games in 50 years, back in the 70s. But this is the first time the university is going to host a playoff game. And, it's an 8 o'clock game. It's the only game on. I mean, it's the state of Indiana is going to be watching because you're playing Indiana. They're expecting on campus, this number, somebody mentioned to me last night at dinner, they're expecting 175,000 people to be on this campus today for this game. The most they've ever had is 125, 130 as far as big games go. But this thing here is projected to be incredible.
What was the previous record game? I'm going to guess the game of the century, 93, Notre Dame, Charlie Ward, or the Miami game in 1988.
Here on campus?
Yeah.
I really don't know the answer to that question. I would imagine it would be one of those.
Yeah, those.
You're just talking about people milling about
Yeah,
because the
'cause people are
stadium's
gonna be
more
hanging
like
out.
70 to 80,000 in the building.
Where's everybody going to park?
Well, that's the thing is where do you park? The traffic. Thank goodness I'm here. I didn't want to come in today and try and figure out how to get here. The easiest way would be to come in by helicopter. But I don't know where they sit you down. But there'll be tailgating and it'll be incredible. Hopefully, it doesn't snow all the time. Maybe if it wants to snow during the game a little bit, I'll deal with that. But, yeah, I'm going to be someplace other than pregame. I'll be on the field. But then after that, I'm going someplace very, very warm.
Yeah, it's a smart move. Joe Theismann, kind enough to join us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Joe with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. How do you explain what took place with this team, as good as it's looked against Northern Illinois in September, and to be in the position they're in, where I think they have a legitimate shot to make a run?
I do too.
What do you think, Joe?
I do too. It is difficult to explain. Obviously, you go down to Texas A&M and you beat them down there, and that was a heck of a ball game. I mean, it was. It was a big game for us, opening on the road. Next year we get Next year we get Miami. Same situation to a degree, I think. But I just felt like maybe that Texas A&M game was such a big game. You get a little bit of a hangover. And the other thing too is Riley Leonard, our quarterback. He missed all of spring training. Missed the entire spring because last year he was at Duke, and when Notre Dame played Duke, Riley got hurt in that game. Wasn't able to participate in any of the off-season activities. And that game was it was a low-scoring game, and Northern Illinois, to their credit, came in and got the victory. I would never say stole the victory. They earned it. And I think it was a wake-up call to Notre Dame that, you just can't take anybody lightly. You can't assume that anyone's going to come in here or us go someplace and think that we're going to just, throw a helmet out there and they're going to roll over and say, okay, geez, thanks for showing up, and you beat us. And I think it lit a fire under this football team, and lots of credit to Marcus Freeman for being able to have this football team get better and better and better, in particular Riley. The thing about it is, like I said, when you don't have spring training and again, these portals have created situations for coaches where you don't have a guy for 2 or 3 years to get him comfortable in an offense. You have to get him comfortable right now. And so we've seen Riley play better and better and better as the year has gone on. And I really think he's the one player that will benefit from this 3-week period where Notre Dame ended the season and now will play tonight, in the playoffs.
Joe, do you like Cignetti's bravado? I know it was fun for a while. Now some of it comes back to haunt you when your team doesn't win a big game, but he has certainly lit a fire under a Hoosier program that has historically not been that good.
Oh, well, Indiana was all about basketball. I mean, when you said University of Indiana, they go, oh, yeah, what a great basketball program. It's almost like, okay, they play football. He's really created a terrific football team and really gotten a lot of attention with his ability to coach. He did a great job where he was before, too. I mean, Kurt's – this is – they'll throw the ball around. Their quarterback could be, I think the sleeper of the drafts. Not a big guy throwing it around, with the big arm. We see big guys like Caleb Williams, for example, has a big arm, but it's inaccurate as can be. Anthony Richardson, big arm, inaccurate. You want guys who have, a decent fastball, but you have to be able to put the ball where it belongs. And he's got a quarterback. They've got some receivers. They've got some talented players. And hopefully Mother Nature will slow him down a little bit.
Joe, I'd be remiss if I didn't get your opinion on what you see with the state of college sports with NIL, transfer portal, and how different things are just from even 5 years ago. Do you like it? Do you dislike it? What's your opinion?
I don't like it. It's a disaster. And I wish the NCAA would open their eyes, and I hope they will going forward. The head of the NCAA was testifying on the Hill, and the politicians had some suggestions for him, I guess you could say, let's put it that way, regarding everything. But the portal doesn't allow an athlete to be able to learn a position, particularly the quarterbacks. If you go from one place to the next, you're basically looking at what's the skill level of that individual. Not does he understand the basics of the game? Does he understand reading defenses? Does he understand footwork? Does he understand protecting the ball? You have a difficult time because automatically you only have, theoretically, 20 hours a week to be able to work with collegiate players. That's it. That's a day and a half for us at the professional level. And as far as the NILs go, they've got to do something because now that the universities, for example, the University of Tennessee is raising its tickets price 20% to be able to pay players. I mean, there is no amateur athletics anymore. It's professional. It's professional basketball, professional baseball, professional, hockey. It doesn't matter what it is. It's become professional. And they need to get a handle on how much money is going to different places because here's the thing. If you're a university that doesn't have deep pockets, how are you going to compete with anybody else? I mean, the playing field has got so skewed towards those with money versus those that just try and get kids an education. And by the way, that term student athlete, I don't think applies right now in college football. I mean, they're all paid athletes.
You actually had to go to class and everything, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And these kids have to go to class too. But the thing is we've lost control. They opened Pandora's box, and now they don't have a way to be able to control it. It's a little bit like we see these different things come into society. AI, they're still trying to figure out how to control that. Crypto, they're still trying to figure out how to control that. What we have here in college football, or college athletics, I should say, is you have NILs and you have portals. It used to be you had to compete for a job. You went to a school, you competed for a job. Now, if you think you don't have a chance, or your parents tell you don't have a chance, you just pick up and leave. What are we trying to teach young men and young women about really competing for something that you want, instead of just picking up and going someplace else where you think it'll be better? We've got 7-year players in college football now, and it's because of the pandemic and a few other things, but. The economics, I mean, Caitlin Clark, as an example, left money on the table when she left college to turn pro. That just doesn't quite seem right, that, you're going to move on to what would be the dream for so many people, but the economics are better at the collegiate level. Like I say, I think it's undermining the competition that makes you better as a person. I think it undermines the individuals as their development goes. And, I'm just not a big fan of some of the things they've got. It's like the playoffs, for example, the 12-team playoff. If you have one of the best records, just because you're not in a conference, you don't get a bye. I'm not sure if that, sits well with me either. I think we've got the best 4 records should be the best buys. That's the way I look at it at the college playoffs too. So,
Doug,
still love it though, man. I love the college game. I love the pro. I love any. Heck, I go to high school football games. I just love watching the kids play.
I was saying to Doug, Joe, that you absolutely went to class because that's where you met my mom.
Oh, it all goes back.
So that's.
Yeah.
So
you
that's,
weren't supposed. We had a deal. We had a deal. You weren't going to tell it where we met one another. But no, you just. Mr. Blabby, that's why you're on radio.
That's right, Mr.
Blabby.
I like that.
That's going to stick.
That's going to stick.
That's going to stick.
I like that.
I'm just giving you a new moniker.
Yeah. Joe, you gave me life and now a moniker. That's so wonderful, isn't it, Doug? Full circle. Well, I'm glad that you're there and you're going to get a chance to enjoy it. I would imagine millions around the country will be locked into the festivities tonight in South Bend, Indiana, and it's fitting that it will be cold and snowing for the Indiana State Championship game. The right to face Georgia next week should be outstanding. Joe, as always, we're so glad when you can come by the show. Thank you so much for taking time out of your morning and enjoy the game tonight in South Bend.
You're welcome, guys. Hey, listen, say hi to your mom for me, Tim.
Oh, there it is. Right there.
Who's Mr. Blabby now?
Yeah, exactly. That's Joe Theismann with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, boy, that just that changes the tone at Christmas.
I bet it
get a little awkward.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
It's fine, Timmy. He sounds great. I feel like he could be doing games today. He's 76 years old. I didn't know.
Right?
Yeah, he was high school teammates with Drew Pearson. I never knew that until a little Wikipedia search here. He sounds great. I'm glad he's going to be there.
did Monday Night
He's had
Football.
a stellar career. Yeah, he's really had a great career.
Got a big theme with the Joes. Not only Joe Theismann, Joe Buck, Joey Vitali, but the Monday night theme, too, with Theismann and Buck.
Very nice. Yes, Joe Buck will give the Indiana side coming up at 8:30. If you are looking to get work in or you want to play in a simulator league, go to Family Golf and Learning Center. Family Golf and Learning Center, a premier golfing facility for all abilities and ages, providing a friendly and encouraging practice experience for the individual or the family. They have sim leagues that you can sign up for that will get underway in January. Go to familygolfonline.com. And if you are looking for a great gift for the golfer in your life, go to familygolfonline.com and get yourself a gift card. They're available in the golf shop and online. It's Family Golf and Learning Center, and even when it's cold outside, the driving range has heated bays so you can still hit balls outside and stay warm. Wonderful instructors there. Really a great place to go and practice even in the winter months. It's Family Golf and Learning Center, familygolfonline.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the Mr. Blabby Show. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Call in Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And you can watch on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. I just went in there and posted the link to donate to Annie's Hope today. Our final full show before the new year. Doug will be off on Monday and Tuesday next week. Jackson and I will be off on Thursday and Friday. Martin is off the following week. And so in an effort to raise money for Annie's Hope, a wonderful charity that benefits young people who lost family members, we are doing a fundraiser today, and you can donate by going to the following address, which we have tweeted out and posted on Instagram and Facebook. It is donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Joe Buck is going to join us at 8:30. Joe Theismann with us in the previous segment. We're getting the Notre Dame and Indiana perspectives on tonight's first ever college football playoff game on campus. Historic venues this weekend with Notre Dame Stadium, going to Happy Valley, going to Austin, and going to Columbus. Couldn't ask for much more as far as the venues go.
Have you been to any of those stadiums?
I've been to South Bend a few times. I've been to, is it Darrell K. Royal, I think it is, in Austin. Went there to watch Missouri get absolutely shipped in 2008. And I've seen Missouri play Ohio State, but not there. And I have not been to Happy Valley. What about you?
I don't think I've been to any of them.
Is that right? I thought you'd been to Notre Dame. Martin, you been to Notre Dame?
I've never been to Notre Dame.
Yeah. I walked outside the stadium, but there wasn't a game going on.
I count it. I still count it.
You could be part of that 100,000 that are just milling about the campus tonight. I've been to the Shoe in Columbus, the Horseshoe, yeah.
What game did you see there? Or did you see him play Wisconsin?
It was, it was Maurice Claret. I just went up. A friend of the show, Ned, lived in Columbus, Ohio. Cousin John and I went to the game. They played Penn State, in fact. And on the sideline that day, it was O. Pace and Jeff Wilkins walking around. Wilkie was Youngstown State, but he played for Tressel. But it was a great low-scoring game. Ohio State, I think they won did they win the championship that year against Miami? It was 2002,
yes,
2002.
That is considered one of the more tainted championships, the pass interference call.
Yeah, but it was
against one of the greatest college football teams I've seen in my lifetime.
Dizzle was not happy about that one. No. Well, big fan of the U, but I've been to the Shoe. I've been to Tempe, but only to see the Arizona Cardinals play, the Arizona State Sun Devil Stadium. I don't think I've been to Boise. I've been to the Blue Turf.
Wow. You're a well-traveled man.
When I worked in
that Blue Turf is just wrong. I can't watch it.
Great.
I can't watch it.
It's played out.
It's going to be like when they win the national championship.
It's played out. Come on.
It is. It was cool in like 06 and 07 when they won the Fiesta Bowl, and now it's like, all right, let's get back to green.
It turns my stomach to watch it. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, the grass is green, and it should stay that way.
That's right.
Grass is green.
We're grass traditionalists.
Yeah, that's right. Purist even.
But the NBA courts are fine with you when they alter the
red
color
ones.
schemes.
The red ones
I don't
have to
like that
go.
either.
The red ones are brutal. That looks awful. But the blue ones aren't bad. Gray ones are cool. I like the gray courts.
Stop it. They should just be hardwood floors.
Dark finish, like that real pine sol kind of finish.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
I like that too.
I think Mr. Blabby's going to live on.
Mr. Blabby?
I'm trying to
keep that. See if we can keep that.
Put it in my Monday recap. Mr.
Going
Blabby.
on that one. Is there? Yep. All right. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 10:45. Joe Buck with us at 10:30. Illinois Recovery Center. And the great Chris Pondoff is working with us here on our fundraising campaign today for Christmas and Annie's Hope. This is what he would like to do. He would like to offer out 2 tickets for the Bragging Rights game, and he would like to auction them off. Incredible seats, and he would like to let people know they are all-inclusive, Bull and Bear Club with a parking pass. And he says, my wife will be in attendance. If you want to add to the donation, we can work something out in the bathroom.
What in the world?
Now, all I can do is read what the sponsors send.
Took a turn.
Well,
Poor Ashley. She's a lovely woman. This really is unfortunate.
Does she know she's being used like and marketed?
I can only speak for what's in the teleprompter. But he is going to, so if you would like to bid, text in 314-399-9646. And we will start the bidding at $250 a piece. These are tickets in the Bull and Bear Club at Enterprise Center, 12 p.m. tip for Missouri and Illinois. The bragging rights game this Sunday, Doug. And I can't speak to the availability of his wife, but it sounds like she's going to be in attendance. That's all I can. That's all I can.
It'll be fun
say.
just to sit in the Bull and Bear Club, and you can say things like "Bulls make money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered."
Nice. I like that.
That's
what
what you
Gordon
say.
Gecko.
Mm-hmm.
Transform your story to Illinois Recovery Center. Illinois Recovery Center is the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and top-notch facility and accommodation. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Joe Buck with us at 8:30, Joey Vitali, 9:30, Mike Jones at 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond, 10:15, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, 10:45, Kevin Wellington, brother of Michael Wellington, who has worked with Annie's Hope, is going to join us on the other side of the break to tell us his story. Looking forward to talking it over with Kevin Wellington. That is next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You can watch the show and participate in the chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. We're doing something a little different here on today's show, with it being our final show before the Christmas week with the whole group together, and the tie-ins with the show with the charity Annie's Hope. Last week, we had our TMA Christmas party at Hot Shots in South County, and we had a toy drive for Annie's Hope. Annie's Hope, for the record, is a center for grieving kids which provides free support services for children, teens, and their families grieving deaths. And so at this time of year, if a child lost their parent or loved one, you can imagine what Christmas is going to be like. On top of that, on Tuesday, November 5th, Annie's Hope was devastated by water damage from a flood. The entire lower level of the building, all staff offices, on-site storage, and 3 of their 9 small group meeting rooms were saturated. Furniture, program supplies, and 26 years of archives were all destroyed. During remediation, the walls and floors had to be stripped to steel studs and raw concrete. The property owner's timeline from reconstruction is uncertain. So with Jay Randolph Jr.'s tie to Amy LaBelle, his longtime girlfriend before Jay passed away 2 years ago, Michael Wellington's longtime tie to this program, and his brother Kevin losing his wife 2 months ago and working with Annie's Hope, and just the charitable nature of the audience, and it being the Christmas week, we thought this would be something that we could try to do to raise money, and you can do so by going to donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign, and to help personalize the work that Annie's Hope does. It is our pleasure to welcome to the show Kevin Wellington. Morning, Kevin.
Hi, Timmy. Thanks for having me. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, you know, he is a long-time listener. Your brother, a regular host here on the program when he's not out on tour caddying. I appreciate you coming on. I know this isn't an easy topic to talk about with your wife passing 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, but I know that when we were texting, and I was texting with your brother Michael, the support you've gotten both from the community and from Annie's Hope has really helped you, as you have 4 young children. So I think a lot of people in the audience aren't necessarily familiar with Annie's Hope, and I thought you would be able to give some background for what your experience has been for you and your 4 children.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. And, you know, they have been a great asset to what I've endured in my family. I was given their information probably in August or September as an outlet to utilize with kind of the news we had gotten with my wife Laura's diagnosis and what may be to come or may not to be to come. And they did an amazing job preparing us for what the days would look like. And I'm very thankful for the conversations I had with them. And when I texted with you, Timmy, yesterday to kind of explain my experience with them, they really helped me understand how do I explain this to 4 young children as mom's not coming home. Sorry, it's kind of real talking about this again, as it's been very recent. But to explain to them and being very straightforward as to the situation at hand and that mom's not probably coming home, and being very straightforward, but them realizing they can trust you with what you're explaining to them, let them get their emotions out, and really be that sense of strength for them. And Annie's Hope, boy, they did a great job, because if I did not talk with the team at Annie's Hope, I would have botched that conversation, and I knew it was a very important conversation to have with them and to make sure I got it out what I needed to get out, and that they understood kind of what was on the line. And I'm very thankful for them and how I should have gone about this and how I did go about it. It was definitely the hardest conversation I've ever had to have in my life, but without Annie's Hope guiding me as to these are the topics that you need to focus on, you need to keep it short, and then let them react and then answer questions from there, it really gave me a sense of comfort for the conversation that I was going to have with them.
So I didn't realize that until we were texting yesterday. I thought it was more about what was to come after the mother, the father passes away. But they were helping you, and that's what they do, in advance when the diagnosis was terminal.
Yeah. And that was, with our situation, we thought we had some more time. I think a lot of people always think they have more time, and unfortunately we did not. And the program is designed to get these children's heads wrapped around what is coming and prepare. So we thought we had some, probably 8 to 12 weeks where Laura would be in hospice, and we would get the children set up at Annie's Hope to start going through what's to come. And clearly our timelines got expedited, unfortunately, and she didn't end up going to hospice. So we kind of had to pull the trigger and make these quick calls. But it's all about the preparation, and my focus was and always is my children. And how do you handle this? How do you handle them with a life event that is happening? Nobody can really prepare you for this, and Annie's Hope did the best that they could. But yeah, it's all about what is to come, and then even after the situation with the groups that they have, the events that they do. It's full, all-encompassing to me. It's before, during, and after. And, I wish I had gotten their information earlier on to really get the kids into these programs sooner rather than later. But, that's water under the bridge for right now.
I was texting with your brother, Michael, and many longtime TMA listeners are familiar with, and he said the support you've got, not just from Annie's Hope, but from the community, has been absolutely incredible. How are you doing? How are your 4 kids doing?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that. And yeah, I mean, boy, the community, you don't really realize it. And being a part of a community, you just never want something bad to happen, just in thinking about it, where everybody rallies together. And I've been blown away, Tim. It's been emotional with the outreach and the letters. I have a full box of letters that people have mailed me, emails, donations that people have done. And also Annie's Hope was who we wanted our donations to go to in lieu of flowers for Laura, because of the long-term goals that they have of these kids. And that's the focus. And my kids, they're hanging in there. It's clearly Thanksgiving was really the first holiday we had, and it's different when there's an empty seat at the table. Christmas will be a challenge, but these kids are resilient, and I've had great conversations with family, friends, and people that have had loss worse than mine. And, they do get through it. And I'm thankful for the school, the activities that they're all in. I'm a guy that's kind of always on the go and moving, and my children do the same, because when you're sitting around and sulking, it's not doing anything good for you. And whether it's practice or choir or different things, if we're moving and grooving, that's helpful to the kids. But they'll have their moments. They all come, as we all do, and they come at different times with each kid. And as I told them, I said, we're going to have good days, we're going to have bad days, but we're going to have these days together. That's what I told them on the Thursday before Laura passed on Friday. And, it's a team. It's not just the 5 of us at this house. It's the entire community that has really rallied around us. And I'm so thankful for them. I really, really, truly am.
Hey, Kevin, it's Martin. I don't know you. I know Beef, Wellington, to the Lane. Are you part of the Lane posse there, that Westboro 130 Elm Lane crew, Timmy Lane and company? Do you know that through Michael?
Very familiar with them, yes.
The whole crew. Well, we lost our daughter a couple of years ago, and she had a son, so we've been raising our grandson for a number of years. And I will say that one thing over time, I remember what the pastor said at the time. He said, you'll never get over this, but you'll get through this. And then one thing, somebody along the way suggested and said, just tell stories, talk about mom. Don't think that it's awkward. And you'll get there, and I'm sure you don't need my advice, but I think it's hard. You'll still cry about it, but it's okay to tell stories about your wife to the kids and say, remember when mommy did this or mommy did. The first few times you will cry doing it, but I have found that it's really healthy and helpful for the kids.
Absolutely. And there are funny stories that we have, or mom would have been so mad if you had done this or that. And so we definitely have laughs. And I will say, we got one of those Amazon Alexa things that shows pictures from the past, and those pop up with Laura and the kids. And, we talk about that moment or wherever that picture was taken. But, yeah, it's always talking about her, the memories we've created. And I look at it as, and I even said this in my eulogy, is I got to have, 16 years with her. A lot of people didn't. So I look at it as, yes, she's gone, but I got to have a lot more time with her compared to other people.
My understanding, and I don't know if it's available somewhere, is your eulogy, considering the set of circumstances, your 39-year-old wife passes away, was one for the ages. And I think it's something that your kids will always remember, most importantly, to take that moment of incredible darkness and use it to inspire them and the people who are there and so close to your wife and friends and family. That's a true moment of strength, and we're getting texts throughout the course of the conversation here, Kevin. What an amazing human. This guy is incredible. His children are so lucky to have him. That's from the 636, from the 314. Hang in there, brother. I lost my wife in 2019. I had 3 kids, all below the age of 12. It's a tough road, but you'll get through it. Hang in there. Much love, brother. That's from the 314. So the support comes in from strangers as well. And that's the name of the game with a great community.
Yeah, it's amazing. And cancer doesn't care who you are, how wealthy you are, how poor you are, what you're about. It just does not, it doesn't care. And it ruins so many people's lives. And there's a community there. It's just weird, like, to just be affected by this disease in such a manner. But so many people, the text messages that keep you going on a daily basis. I had a guy who lost his wife a year and a half ago. Never met him. He came by my house and gave me a book that helped him during the process. And we've become friends. And he texts me once a week to check in. Like, just the kindness of people, because we all relate, unfortunately, to this disease and what it's done to people and how it's affected you. And, it's brutal. And the kids are my focus and my family's focus, and keeping them on a solid path forward and keeping the positivity is what we do. And these holidays, the times are hard, but I'm very thankful for Annie Soap and what you guys are doing today. It's a great program. They're here to help. And the only thing I wish I had enrolled the kids earlier in it, because it's important. The mental health, which is very near and dear to my heart and what we've gone through with Michael, it can affect people in different ways, and getting it early, and it's okay to not be okay. Like, that's a big slogan that I like to say. Like, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to break down and say, I'm not okay. I have days like that. And, I have this facade that I'm a rock and I'm good, but my family, I will say, whoa, it's a bad day today, guys. I am not feeling it. And that's when they come and rally around you. And that's what I want people to do with my children and what I do with them. And in my eulogy, I told everybody, I said, hey, if you see us, give us a hug, give us a wink. And if you see those kids, give them a high five, give them that positive energy, because cancer is the worst. There's no words around it, man. It sucks.
Kevin, I'm getting so many texts. People are truly inspired, both to my phone and to our text inbox, by what you have had to say. I know everybody will be thinking about you continually, and especially during Christmas, which I know will be difficult, but you'll have so much support from family and from the community. Thank you so much for coming on and talking about something that I know is not easy to talk about, but I know it's very helpful and I think inspiring for a number of people in the audience this morning. Really appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys being on. If anybody texts in, and Tim, if they need help or if they want somebody to talk to, that if they're going through something right now, please give them my information, because, you have people to rally around. It's important to talk and just share about what you're going through. So whomever, just connect me with them. I'm happy to do it, man.
I will be happy to do that as well. Very kind of you to offer. Kevin, appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
Take care, guys.
Take it easy.
Thanks,
That's Kevin Wellington with us here on TMA. He has firsthand experience with Annie's Hope, who we're raising money for today. And you can make a donation. We have posted on our social media channels. The address is donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Even a $5 or $10 donation will help the cause. Again, the charity is Annie's Hope. I didn't, I said in the commercial break, full transparency to the audience, I'm like, hey, I know Kevin, you guys don't know him like I know him, so I'll just handle this conversation. And I didn't even think about what you experienced, Martin, and how, God, I mean, you've lived it.
Yeah, when Kim's daughter died, Holden was 5. And I remember everything, the chaos of the day, everything's going on. And I called my father-in-law and I said, what do I tell Holden? It's his mom. What do you tell him? And I didn't know about Annie's Hope. And in that moment, I had no clue. What do you say? Because they say, don't lie. Don't say they're on vacation or whatever. They say you got to tell them the truth. And that's about the hardest conversation you will ever have.
Oh,
and there is no script for that. So I'm grateful that there's an organization like Annie's Hope out there, because in Kevin's situation, to tell him even in advance that that day is coming. I can only imagine.
Just nothing to prepare you for those moments. No. Nothing. So it helps to have organizations like Annie's Hope that can help a little bit.
Yeah, that's incredible, man. And got a text from a friend of mine who said Kevin's eulogy in the moment, under the circumstances, was the bravest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I wanted to watch it. I don't know if somebody has a link to it. I mean, people like Michael Wellington, your sibling rivalry, but he obviously loves his brother. And he said, my God, he goes, it reminded me of like the Jim Valvano speech. It just was so inspiring, considering what the family had gone through. So you hear what he's experiencing and how Annie's Hope helped his family, but it's not limited to Kevin Wellington. It is this is an organization that's been in the St. Louis area for more than a quarter century, and that's who we are raising money for today in the Christmas spirit. So if you can make a donation, I know, hey, time's tight for a variety of reasons, but it's the holidays and people are spending money there. But if you can, donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Thank you to Kevin Wellington for coming on and joining us here on the program. Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door texted during the interview to me, and he said, hey, Tim, if you want, Schaefer Door will kick in a free lube and tune-up for the first 5 people to donate $100 or more. He is saying that is a $125 value. So if you text in that you donated with your name, we will set you up with Jason Gosrow, and he will take care of you with that $125 value. If you can make a $100 donation right now, the first 5 people to do it, Jason Gosrow at Schaefer Door Company will kick in a free lube and tune-up for you at Schaefer Door Company. Very kind offer from Jason Gosrow, loyal listener and sponsor here on TMA. SchaeferDoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get the quickest response time. It's Schaefer Door Company, a Clopay Master authorized dealer. Thank you to everybody for the incredibly kind texts. Awesome show today. Love listening to you guys and teasing everyone. But shows like today are what make you guys special. That is from the 636. I wish Annie's Hope was around for my dad. My mom told Tim the story via sound story, and we made it, but it could have been way easier with help. That is from Dave Klaus. Let's see. Awesome show today. I didn't know that about you, Martin. Sorry for your loss. Even more reason to like you. Way to step up. Also great resolve through all that. Can't imagine how difficult that was to discuss. That's from the 636. I can't. I mean, I knew I didn't know the detail. I mean, holy crap. I don't know. I mean, you got to tell a 5-year-old,
right?
Holy.
And it was sudden. Yeah. So it was not, and not that would be any easier. I mean, either way, it's brutal. Yeah, so I'm grateful that there's an organization like that. And somebody texted me, Martin, sorry to hear about your wife. It was my wife's daughter. It was our daughter. My wife, the lovely Kim, is doing great, and she's been a rock throughout the whole ordeal. It'll be 3 years in January, but there is. I mean, everybody has something in their life, and some is certainly more of a challenge than others. But what I think Kevin said, it's unbelievable the outpouring you get when you go through a family tragedy. There's just so many people.
That was your guys' experience?
Yeah, and I talked about it at, there was a St. Clement event, and I said, holy crap, the food. I said I could open a Golden Corral. I mean, like every day. And it seems silly, like when you have a friend that something terrible happens, like, let's drop off some food. And at the time, you're like, why am I dropping off food? But it really does kind of make it easier because you can't even think straight. Yeah. And it's like, oh, the kids are hungry. Oh, there's some food. Or something. It just, the parade of food when something, and I know other people have experienced this if their parents died or something.
Well, people want to do something.
They want to do something.
And they don't know what to do.
Correct.
But that they can do.
Correct. Right. And it actually, it kind of comes in handy, believe it or not. But so God bless Kevin for sharing his story.
That is, that's incredible, man. I can't imagine what that was like for you, for real. And thank you for telling that part of the story, which I'm sure isn't easy to do. And to Kevin for telling his story. It gives you an idea of what Annie's Hope does, why it's near and dear to our hearts. And then you tie it in with Jay Randolph Jr., you tie it in with Michael Wellington, you heard his brother, and now Martin, and with what you experienced. I know you didn't go through Annie's Hope, but you can certainly relate to what these families have experienced. So again, it is donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Courtesy of Illinois Recovery Center, we're auctioning off 2 tickets to the Bragging Rights game on Sunday. Those are in the Bull and Bear Club, and those include parking starting at $250 is where the bids are per ticket. And then also Schaefer Door Company, if you note that you donated $100, Schaefer Door is going to hook you up with a tune-up and lube. That is what they are going to do at Schaefer Door Company. Joe Buck is going to join us coming up at 8:30, representing Indiana. In tonight's Indiana-Notre Dame game, we had Joe Theismann with us in the 7 o'clock hour. Miss anything, stream it anytime you would like on the TMA STL app. Download it. It's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. Special show today as we are raising money for Annie's Hope. Final show for the whole group. We'll all be in at different times over the next couple of weeks for the holidays, but this will be the last time we'll all be together for a couple of weeks. And knowing that we had a big guest list, Joe Buck's going to join us here in a matter of moments. We wanted to do something special for Annie's Hope. So if you have been listening, you've heard us talking about it. It's been sent out by our various social media platforms. Donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. If you can donate, it certainly would be appreciated. Joe Buck coming up, then Mike Jones at 9 o'clock, Joey Vitali, 9:30, and Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope is not happy.
Oh, no.
What's his beef?
Well, we aim to please him.
He is the Milagro Tequila, the 2024 Listener of the Year. He sent this to my personal email address, and very few people have that. It's McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Jackson is too busy getting fooled by fake Nick Saban on Twitter and fake Eli Drinkwitz on the Kelsey Brothers podcast to keep track of the email of the day standings. He erroneously reported on Wednesday that I had 4 wins in December. I emailed them privately to correct him that it was 6. Today it was reported that I have 5. At this point, I think he's just trolling me. For the record, I won on December 2nd, December 4th, December 5th, December 6th, December 11th, December 17th. That's 6 wins. Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
Well, maybe with that attitude, we'll just take one away from him.
What? He's the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
We might just take one of those away from him.
He's got a small ego. Yeah, I amended it. So he has 6 wins. Okay.
And that was your apology?
Apology. I mean, we all make mistakes.
Is due time a little short on the math?
What do you mean?
I mean, Ledoux, you took math.
I'm bad at math, yeah. Okay. I was always a grade behind in math. That was always humbling.
Really? Full grade behind?
Mm-hmm. In math, yeah. That was humbling.
When are you catching up?
Still haven't.
Okay.
I haven't either. I was horrible at math. Just horrible.
Horrible. I've never been good at English. Good at decent history.
Great vernacular.
I try. My mother's a writer, and so I feel like it is in the blood.
I talked to your parents last week about your vernacular.
Did they?
Yeah, and they said he had older siblings, kind of grew up around adult conversation.
Yep.
And
That's interesting. That makes sense.
Dinner parties.
Yeah.
Dinner parties like in Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Like in Curb. I grew up in an episode of Curb.
As a kid, you attended dinner parties?
Well, it was called having company. Like, we have company tonight. Yeah. It usually means food is really good.
I went back and listened to Sebastian Maniscalco because of you guys. I never really listened to him, and he did a whole bit about company coming over.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, when you work, hey, we got company. Nobody answered the phone, my father said. We got company, okay? Ma would get out a Sara Lee crumble. We got company. I pour some Sanka. And he said, now the doorbell rings. Hit the ground. Somebody's outside. Hit the ground. Get your father's sword from under the couch. And it's so true.
It is, yeah.
You look at the ring. Who's here? Did anybody know anybody was coming over? Like, what are they doing here?
You're stunned now if a stranger shows up at your door. Just stunned.
Answer. Yeah. That's something you just don't do.
I do. I answer it.
But do you go up to random people's homes and knock?
I don't do that, but if someone does it to me, I figure, well, I don't know.
Martin, I'm big into upside and downside calculations, and I've calculated the doorbell ringing as having 0 upside. Therefore, I do not answer.
Does Publishers Clearinghouse still do the thing where they
man is at the door,
where they come up with a check? Because that would be the only situation where upside.
One time my doorbell rang and I went to see. I didn't recognize the guy. I got there. It was Governor Bob Holden.
Was he just going door to door?
He was campaigning for the next election.
How about Isaac Bruce when they knock on your door to get in the Hall of Fame? He didn't answer it.
Oh wow! I guess there would be a case of having upside.
Well, and I said, why did you do that? He goes, they made me wait, so I decided to make them wait.
Nice.
He made him knock twice.
That's actually awesome.
God bless them. The only math they teach at Ledoux is compound interest. That's from Milagro Tequila 2024 Texture of the Year Arbor Day.
That's important math to learn.
Yeah. Well, so yeah. What's it? Subprime? The thing?
It's a thing. I'm not sure I could explain it to you.
Kind of led to the mortgage meltdown.
You saw The Big Short?
One of my favorites.
Yeah. Joe Buck going to join us coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Couple more days to go with the 12 days of savings going on at Schnucks. Right now, this holiday season, save up to 25% on your holiday essentials. I keep reminding folks that includes things like party trays, which are huge this time of year. The 12 days of Christmas started back on the 11th, going to roll through December 22nd. That is Sunday. Every day during the event, Schnucks is dropping a new digital coupon with a hot offer. Just look in the Schnucks Rewards app. Check out the daily offer. Clip that digital coupon. It's only available in the app. Each offer lasts just that single day. Be sure to grab these hot deals while you can. Check out the weekly ad. You've got the Schnucks Rewards app viewing all the great offers. For more information, you're going shopping this time of year, you're loading up for the holidays, do it at Schnucks and save money. It's the 12 days of savings going on at your neighborhood Schnucks. Only available, these great savings, only available in the app.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Grizzlies defeat the Warriors last night, 144-93. It's a 51-point loss for the Warriors. Steph Curry recorded 0 field goals, 2 points at the charity stripe. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Poor Joe Buck had to sit through that Golden State update.
51-point loss.
Joe, if I were Joe, I'd hang out.
Yeah, I would too.
I like use of the phrase charity stripe.
You do like that, though.
Charity. How did we go from a free throw line to a charity stripe?
We'll talk that over with Joe Buck. He joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joe.
How do they write in the copy the Saliga thing?
Yeah, Jackson, how is that written?
That's a good question.
Italics.
Italics.
And as a pro, I just know
everybody's got to do the heating and cooling.
Correct. Yeah. Well, yeah, as a pro, I just know what that means.
Heating and cooling.
That's right.
Nice. That's pretty good.
I'm like Brando. You just put it in front of me, and I'll do it.
Wow. Brando. More like Tim Brando than Marlon, probably, if I had to wager. Joe, didn't you do basketball at Mizzou for 1 year, called Mizzou?
Me?
Yeah.
Or Marlon Brando.
No, didn't you? I was thinking charity stripe. Let's go to Joe Buck at the charity. Didn't you do Mizzou hoops?
I did. I did a lot of Mizzou hoops. I did it with Mike Kelly, and then I did TV with Sunvold.
Oh, how about that?
Did you ever say charity stripe?
Never.
Don't say that.
I thought it was outdated, stupid, and trite.
Jackson, how does that feel?
But it's making a comeback. I'm bringing it back.
You're bringing it
That's
back.
right.
You're bringing sexy back and the charity stripe.
Bingo.
Joe, tell me you are getting on a plane and heading to South Bend.
I can't. I'd like to, but, that sounds great in practice, but then you got to go, and then you got to sit there. And then you gotta get home after, you hope that they go there and win. But if they don't, and then you're headed home, then the depression sets in and the questions of why did I do this? I would rather just be able to watch McDonough and McElroy do it and be happy that I'm warm.
Will you be watching with some of your compadres from Indiana this evening?
No. I don't have any friends that I hang out with that went to Indiana, so no.
So just you and Michelle's going to see you screaming at the television?
Actually, we're going to a, what's the right phrase, holiday party.
Thank you,
tonight.
Exactly.
Christmas party.
No, that was offensive.
It is a Christmas party in my world, but it's a holiday party, and so I have made sure that a TV will be there, and I will be even less social than I otherwise might be by just watching the game.
God,
if somebody wants to come up and talk to me and ask me about the Cardinals offseason, they're going to have to just get my attention somehow by throwing cocktail wieners at me.
Oh, so at this party, you're sitting this one out. The Cardinals are sitting it out, and you're actually sort of sitting out this party as far as social.
Season 2024. Sitting this one out.
And then people will leave the party. That Joe's not very friendly. Did you notice he was watching the TV the whole time? Well, he went to Indiana. So
yeah, no, they probably would say that anyway, whether Indiana was on or not. There's not much that I have to offer. I just kind of nod my head and listen to stories and answer questions about where I'm headed, which is Green Bay. I will go there tomorrow for the highly anticipated Monday night matchup of the Green Bay Packers and the New Orleans Saints.
Well, you don't sound excited.
Jim Dandy there.
Oh,
yeah, you
Lambeau
get to,
in December. Come on, buddy.
Spencer Rattler.
No, Spencer Rattler against a red-hot Jordan Love. I do love going to Lambeau. It is as good as people say it is, and should be visited at least once if it can be in your lifetime.
Have you, I imagine you don't have the time to do this, but have you watched the Aaron Rodgers 3-part documentary on Netflix that just came out this week?
Well, I do have time to watch it because it just finished The Penguin. And
good or bad? Is it good or bad? Because Jackson has a website that ranks things good or bad. Would you put this in the good category?
Yeah, I think it's outstanding.
God bless America.
But my daughter who went to USC Film School is shredding it because it was just too heavy-handed. I'm like, the thing is called The Penguin. It's about, she's like, this stuff's too obvious. Like, it's about a Batman villain. I mean, we're not talking about, like, some movie depiction of the Grapes of Wrath. It's The Penguin. Just enjoy it.
Just yell across it. Hey, Siskel, sit this one out.
Yeah, exactly. No, I thought it was great. So I do have time. My wife is watching it, and just this morning said, I really think you would like it.
I agree.
So,
I agree with Michelle's interpretation. I think you would really, especially because you know the guy, so you have better perspective than damn near anybody on it.
Yeah, I mean, we both hosted
Jeopardy.
Guest hosted Jeopardy. So, yeah, we have that tie. And I've done a million of his games, and Michelle said my voice is all over it with them winning the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I would like to see that side of him all tripped out on ayahuasca. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, that is a big part of it.
Joe, are you confident about your Hoosiers tonight? I think the public is probably thinking, they don't really belong. I'm sure you'd love to see them shock the world. What's your level of confidence?
Well, I can't act as if I know much about Notre Dame, other than I have plenty of friends who are fans of Notre Dame, and all I've heard about my entire life is Notre Dame, Notre Dame, Notre Dame. I would love to see Indiana take them down and shut these people up that have been in my life since, grade school. And people that I don't understand, they didn't go there, but they love
taking a
Notre
shot
Dame.
at my father right now.
Oh, yeah, well, he's going to have to grow up.
How'd that feel? He got it from Joe Theismann in the 7 o'clock hour, now Joe Buck in the 8 o'clock
just got
hour.
nicked.
That wasn't called for.
No, I would love to see them. Do I think they belong? Yes. Do I think they can win? Yes. I think they're really well coached, and even in the Ohio State game, the way they came out and went down the field with a perfect drive after getting a stop, I thought, man, this is truly different. But I think any Indiana fan, there's too much history. Yeah. So there's no way an Indiana fan can be confident going, oh, well, of course, they're going to go into Notre Dame on a windy, cold night and beat the Fighting Irish. But if ever there was a team and a head coach that seems to just not give a crap about what anybody else says, this is the team and that's the coach.
Hopefully it'll at least be competitive, because it would really take a lot of the wind out of the sails if they just get crunched, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's where your mind's going.
Yeah,
I think it'll be competitive.
Doug's laying the points.
I hope it is.
Take the points, Joe. Take some cash. What
is it? I don't even know what it is.
7.5. It depends on where you are wagering, but 7.5 in Notre Dame minus 7.5.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one. I don't know. I think they can win, and I will walk out on a very brittle limb on this windy day in our fair River City and say that they will win.
How about that? There it is.
That was pretty much a guarantee as far as I go.
I say that's a lock. That's a Tim McKernan lock.
Nice. Oh, 5-star
play. Do you love the Hoosiers tonight? Would be the question. Did I see you and Brett Hull palling around in Mexico?
I wanted to ask about that, and I'd forgotten. Yeah, what was going on?
Yeah, I got down there for what's called a Pros and Joes tournament, where they have PGA Tour players and different club pros come down, and then they play with a non-PGA Tour player, club pro. That would be me, even though my name happens to be Joe. That's not required. And I spent the week down there, and right out of the gate, there's Brett and Darcy Hull and their dog, and I went out and played, 7 or 8 holes with them, had a margarita, and bid them adieu.
Adieu.
I like that.
Wow.
Very, very.
Is he a pretty good player, Brett Hull?
Yeah, what is he? He's like a scratch or +1, something like that, isn't he?
Yeah, I would say like a 2 or 3, somewhere in there, or maybe a scratch. I don't know. But yeah, he's a really good player. Most hockey guys are annoyingly good, not only because it's, like as a golf teacher would tell you, a side-on game, but they just have that motion, and in this case, the actual thing they're hitting is sitting still. So, Brendan Morrow, who's always playing with him. Ray Whitney is a really good player that's always showing up at these events, and then Brett is kind of the leader of the pack down there.
Brett still doesn't seem to give a rip what anybody thinks about him. There was a Blues Hall of Fame night a couple of years ago. It's at the MAC, and these kids are coming up for his autograph. He goes, "Hey, Martin, hold it." He just hands me a Manhattan. Hold it. I'm just standing there ready to do a live shot, and he hands me a Manhattan to hold on to, and I'm like, well,
it's a good look when you're on TV.
It's a great look. But he doesn't seem
that's how... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I'm just saying he just doesn't give a rip about anything.
He doesn't. And he will let you. And he's got an opinion on everything. I mean,
Yes, he does.
he will tell you everything's, this is awful. Everything's awful in Brentfield. God, these greens. It's like the greens are perfect. But that's how I grew up with my dad, after games and kids outside the press box at Busch Stadium, too, asking for his autograph. And I would nuzzle up next to him and be like, hold my beer. And then he'd sign everybody's autograph, and into his Lincoln Town Car we would go, and hurtling down Highway 40 back to the suburbs to do it all again the next day.
Wow, he had it figured out, that's for sure. And he was so big. He was just as idolized as most of the players, if not all the players.
Yeah, he was really good, and I am not. He was really, and you could just cut it right there. But he is really good at extending a hand and really getting to know players. And I mean anybody. He would stand around the batting cage, anybody that came up for the Montreal Expos or the Atlanta Braves or whoever. He was there to, hey, how you doing? Where are you from? How's where are your parents? Are they alive? And, whatever it was. And then he'd have nuggets. There was no internet, so he could sit up there and talk about players, from a really personal perspective because he bothered to go down there. He was really great friends with umpires. He was really great friends with NFL officials. I mean, he just was a guy that wanted to put his hand out and meet you and get to know you. And that, I think, colored his broadcast in a really unique way where, most people today are so fixated on stats and next gen stuff and analytics and
screaming.
And at the end of the day, it's about people playing a sport in a game and getting to know who these people are is kind of the really fun part of the job, which I really have kind of not bothered to dive into in my 30 whatever years at Fox and ESPN.
But don't you think the accessibility is different now? I mean, I know you could have the access, but in general, like the local play-by-play guy.
That's really no. You're right. It's different, and there's more of a divide between player and announcer or writer or whatever. Then post-pandemic, it's even worse. But I thought about that my dad, would go in and talk to NFL officials before a Monday Night Football game or before a Sunday game. A, he knew them. B, he would walk in and there was a reason. He would not just want to know how everybody was doing, but he'd say, hey, what are you guys looking at this week? What's the league wanting you to call, not wanting you to call, and whatever. And now I think if I tried to get into the officials' dressing room before the game, I'd get wrestled to the ground. Like, why are you here? So, I do think it's just kind of a different atmosphere for that stuff. You're right.
It'd probably go viral, though, if they had video you getting wrestled to the ground.
Yeah. No, I just want to see Sean Hockley in person.
I think my favorite Jack Buck Monday Night Football, because he did the radio for all those years, my favorite part of that is that he would hitch a ride with Dan Deerdorf, because Deerdorf got a limo everywhere he went because it was TV, and Jack would be like, Dan, can you pick me up? I'll meet you at the hotel. Like, he got a free limo ride because he knew Dan.
They carpooled home. I mean, if they were east of St. Louis for a game, the ABC jet was dropping Deerdorf off in St. Louis and then taking Al back to L.A. So
Jack would hitch a ride.
He'd hitch a ride and get dropped off in St. Louis thanks to Dan. So yeah, and that it's those stories, and being at the Silverdome for Thanksgiving when I was a kid growing up, and my dad getting a helicopter to leave the Silverdome so we could get to the airport to fly home for Thanksgiving, and just kind of the behind-the-scenes machinations of trying to make these games come off and getting there and meeting the people and shaking hands and then doing the game and getting home. It just was a great way to grow up and watch him kind of operate in the world.
Kind of fun in the NFL right now. Buffalo, Detroit, and I know Buffalo has been to the Super Bowl a bunch, but teams that have been kind of historically knocked around may be, in fact, in the mix here. It's just I know you don't have the Super Bowl this year, but you got I'm sure you got a playoff game, right? At least one?
Yeah, we have two.
Two. Good,
yeah, we
good
have the
research,
Super Bowl
Mark.
in 2 years. Yeah.
Steve Horn didn't text me with the full breakdown. I'm sorry.
No, it's quite all right. That started last year. So we have a divisional game, and then we check out and don't do a Super Bowl for 2 more seasons. Super Bowl 61 in Los Angeles is our next effort on that. But yeah, no, you're right. And Buffalo, I think it's time. It's time to get over the hump for them and get to the Super Bowl with Josh Allen, who's right now in the lead for the MVP, I would say, with what he's done, especially the last 2 weeks. And Detroit's been awesome. What Dan Campbell's done there, I just don't know how you can have an IR list that's over 20 names and it doesn't catch up to you at some point. You do need talent. I know there's grit. I know there's coaching and all that, but just plucking guys off teams' practice squad and getting them into the fold. These are big time players that they have lost. Starting with Aiden Hutchinson, but right on down the line, that at some point, it's got to catch up to them, I think. But I would love to. They're a fun team to cover. They're a fun team to watch, and it would be great if they got to the big game.
Joe Buck, kind enough to join us here on TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA STL, talking Indiana Notre Dame. Joe having attended Indiana University in the game tonight. We did make reference to the Cardinals sitting this one out. We are approaching the Christmas break for baseball transactions. The Cardinals have not done anything. Nolan Arenado shooting down the trade to Houston. Your impressions of what we have seen, Joe?
It's amazing. They came in a close second. I heard on the Soto deal.
They were close second, Doug. They were
right there. Yeah, I have it on good authority that they just came up short.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know what to think about any of it. At some point, they're going to have to add somebody. You got to.
There's a new slogan. Hold on. At some point, they're going to have to add somebody. I'm writing that one down.
I feel like there's so many guys out there. I read a list on ESPN yesterday and I can't act like I'm up on it like I was 4 or 5 years ago, but there's so many names out there. There's so many guys. There's got to be 1 or 2 players that aren't going to get the deals that they thought they were going to get going into this offseason. I think, yes, they want to pare it down. Yes, they want to be fiscally responsible, and they don't know what their TV money is going to be, and it's going to take a big hit and what have you. But this fan base, you've got to add to this team, and you've got to give some reason for excitement more than, hey, we're going to build up our minor leagues. I don't know that really sells tickets. So, there's going to be players out there, I would think, that you could get on reasonable deals that are not, at the tail end of their career, I would think. But if they don't want to do it, it's not our money. It's their money, and it's their business model, and we'll just have to sit here and watch what they do. But it's sad to be out of the entire conversation, except for who can they get rid of and who can they take off the payroll. That seems hard to believe we're at this point.
It's almost surreal with Arenado. I mean, a 10-time Gold Glove winner that now it's quite public. I know that the teams aren't saying it, but the agents and the reporting is all pretty accurate that anywhere but here seems to be Arenado's motto. And as sad, as strange as it is, I think it's also sort of sad that you've got a star player, even if he's a little bit in decline, that just can't wait to get the hell out of here, and they're willing to oblige.
Yeah, that's where we are. And, you think about the deals that were done Walt Jocketty, and I think about McGuire and trades that were made, and this regime has made some great deals too, including Arenado, including Goldschmidt, and he won an MVP here. So they have made deals like that, and they have been willing to do that. But this just seems to be an entire reset, and I'm not totally against that, by the way. But, there have been pieces that could have been dealt prior to now where it seems like you're operating from, a disadvantage.
Absolutely.
Instead of getting ahead of it.
Absolutely.
And going, here's our plan. We are going to do a reset next year, so let's sell now with, these players, on a bit of a high, as opposed to, hey, our backs are against the wall, just take him. That seems crazy to me.
Couldn't agree with you more. And we talk about the reset, but since they haven't done anything, it's the same group of people who played last year who are going to be out there, minus Paul Goldschmidt as of right now. I don't feel like that's getting much attention, and I guess Nolan Arenado eventually will go away, but where is the reset? It's just a pay cut to, I guess, spend money at the minor league level? I'm not sure. I realize they're going to have lower revenue. But it's just really confusing, and I think maybe Joe Contreras and Gray and Michaelis saying they didn't want to go anywhere isn't necessarily what they expected and tied their hands, and Arenado is going to wait it out, which ties their hands even more. So, yeah, you got to be proactive. Otherwise, you're in the spot that they're in.
Otherwise, it looks like you don't have a plan.
And that's what I think, I fear is the case.
To say, well, now we're going to build up our minor leagues. Well, how in the world did it get to that?
Right.
How in any way did the minor league system get to the point where now we're going to focus on the minor leagues? Like, what is that? I don't understand that.
It does sound like a basic thing in baseball. Like, okay, this year we've decided we're going to sell hot dogs and beer. Well, you weren't before. Like, it is kind of like one of the main things you check in baseball. Okay, develop the minor leagues. You know what, Tim? This year we'll have a promotional campaign.
Oh, I like that idea.
We'll have ticket takers. And we'll have ushers. Oh, wow. Okay.
Very basic.
And as big a sports town, as big as Cardinal town as St. Louis is, we've seen the last couple of years, if the team's not competitive, people won't show up. You'll have crowds of 10,000 instead of the usual 35 or 40. And if they're not competitive this year and another couple years after this, what are we going to do all summer around here?
Well, yeah, and people of a certain age who grew up in this city and that age can remember the 70s. And, to just go, oh, well, it's St. Louis, everybody's going to show up. It just, in the 70s, it was ugly. And that team, the Busch Stadium was empty a lot of nights. And then, you have Whitey coming along in the 80s. And the success at the beginning of this ownership group was, in many ways unprecedented. And it was, 3 million fans. And I remember how big of a deal it was when the Cardinals finally drew 3 million fans. And now, you can't take that for granted and just say, well, people, because it's the Cardinals. I think you got to meet halfway. And I feel like this is some of the stuff we used to say about the Rams. But, you have to meet fans at least halfway and just to expect them to show up because it's the Cardinals, that doesn't work. So good luck. But this off season is shocking to me.
Yeah, shocking with lack of movement, period, whether it be bringing on or trading away.
That's where we are. New slogan. That's where we are. And the alternate slogan, like a alternate jersey, will be, at some point, they're going to have to add somebody. There it is. 2 slogans discovered.
That'll enthuse the fan base.
Maybe they won't. I don't know. I mean, but it would have been nice to get some of these guys that have since left and gone to other organizations and become either All-Stars or NLCS MVPs a chance to play here. And I don't know, everything's just a tick off here. And it's like, obviously, the list of players who have left and have been crazy successful is mind-numbing and hard to believe. And now here they're trapped kind of in this in-between land.
Once again, yep, in the purgatory. Well, fortunately, we can turn our attention to South Bend, Indiana, and the Indiana Hoosiers taking on Notre Dame tonight. For your sake, I would love to see Hoosiers win and then go down and take on the Georgia Bulldogs and shock the world yet again. And at that point, I think you'd go, let me see if I can get to one of these games. I think you might do it then.
Oh, for sure.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah, I don't really understand the whole playoff thing. I don't know where it goes. I do know the winner goes to Georgia, and then after that,
and that game would be at the Superdome in New Orleans,
New Year's Day.
Yes.
Well, there you go. What day of the week is that?
That's Wednesday. So that's perfect.
I could make that one. Yeah,
I might hitch a ride to that one. I mean, if it's available.
Dan Deerdorf's Jets out there.
I wouldn't mind going. Yeah, if it's possible.
I'll check with Michaels. Does Al still work for ABC?
I think
I work for ABC. Hold on, I'm working for ABC. So I'll ask myself.
Yeah.
We'll get Deerdorf. And you, Martin, will you bring a TV camera, or will you just
I'll just shoot it on my phone. I'll just shoot it on my phone.
Perfect.
I'll just do a bunch of clips for X that says I was there.
Joe, you'll have to fly back from San Francisco, pick up Martin in St. Louis, and then fly on down to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Right.
That sounds perfect.
That sounds like
I was going to offer to go to the party tonight so he could watch the game, and then I'll actually answer questions in Joe's, demeanor.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, you're in. I'll just stay here.
I'm
will
guessing
you also somehow account for my 6-year-old sons? So they are at a Christmas light thing or something where they can be out of the house.
Well, we'll get Aunt Julie's in charge of the boys. I'll go to the party and be sardonic and have Cardinal takes, and I'll wear a Hoosier, but not an Indiana. I'll just have Hoosier gear on because that's just sort of how I dress. So if you need the help, it'll probably be at Freeman's house if I'm guessing. So I'm ready.
Oh, nice.
No, it's at the Old Warson Country Club.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice.
I know people there, but I wasn't invited.
No.
If it's Indiana garb, it's going to have to be gaudy holiday, like a bow tie thing and Madras tartan pants and a nice tweed jacket.
Cufflinks, Joe?
Cufflinks? I'm not a cufflink guy, but they're always welcomed at Old Warson.
Sounds like this is a live read for cufflinks.
No, I think it sounds like I'm going to have to run through Mr. Guy before
Thank you, Joe.
All right, guys. Thanks.
There's Joe Buck with us here on TMA talking it over. Yeah, didn't hold back on those Cardinals. And, I can't go wrong because I've got family ties to both Indiana and Notre Dame. And either way, I'll be pulling for whoever wins that game against Georgia. And I think they got a real shot, too, against the Bulldogs. I know that might sound
How about
crazy.
the star running back for Notre Dame's a CBC kid?
Fire up, CB. Fire up.
Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, my dad loves him.
And then Aeneas Williams is out of
Hannibal.
The Hannibal area, named after.
But not related to.
Not related. His dad was a football player and loved the Rams and wanted to name his son after Aeneas Williams, but it's spelled
and there's
differently.
a Tufac story I saw where I don't know if you did
I interviewed both Aeneas's
nice.
at one point. At one point. Yeah, he was a stud at Hannibal, and I think he's roommates with Jeremiah Love. They're good buddies. A couple of your running backs, yeah.
Great to have Joe on. Wonderful segment. Hey, I was texting with Amy LaBelle of Annie's Hope, Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend before he passed away 2 years ago. And Doug, how about this?
What?
We have raised $5,800 in less than 2 hours.
Oh, really?
How about that?
Wow. Isn't that nice?
Awesome.
How about that?
Shout out to everybody.
Tip of the cap.
Awesome.
Actually, make that $5,989. You think we can make a push to get to $10,000 in the final 2 hours?
I think so.
Probably so.
Well, let's see if we can do it. If you could, $5. It's a $5 donation. Donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Thank you for your kindness in donating to Annie's Hope, especially if you heard Kevin Wellington Wellington's interview, Martin telling his story, both incredibly powerful. What Annie's Hope does for the holidays, for what they have experienced with the flooding of their offices. If we could get it to $10,000, we're already at $6,000. Please make a donation. Donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. The link is also on all of our TMA social media channels. That's outstanding. I did not expect that. Tip of the cap to the audience for in 2 hours raising $6,000. That is outstanding, man. The TMA audience, I'm telling you, they never let us down. God bless. Super cool. Joe Theismann, Joe Buck in the first 2 hours of the show. Kevin Wellington telling the story of Annie's Hope helping his family after his wife passed away at 39 years old in October. Coming up, Mike Jones, Joey Vitali, Gabe DeArmond, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Pick 6. Drops of the week. Doug, we got it all. Maybe we should do 7 hours or something like that. Hell, I don't know.
4 seems plenty.
All right. Well, there it is. Doug's cutting us off at 11 o'clock. BK and Ferrari will come in then. In the meantime, this is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
It's crunch time. If you're looking for gifts for friends, family members, colleagues, loved ones, give them the gift of me time. That's from Massage Envy. Get a gift card that they can use for a massage, a facial, a stretch session. You can get these gift cards at Massage Envy. And when you spend $150 in gift cards, you're going to get a free $40 promo card that you can keep for yourself. This time of year, it's great to unwind with a massage. There's a lot of stress, not only for yourself, so you go and get the massage, and then the stress of buying gifts for other people. The idea is let them pick for themselves with that me time from Massage Envy. Great deal that goes until the end of the year. $150 in gift cards for all your friends and family members, and then get that free $40 promo card you can keep for yourself. It's Massage Envy, where better begins. This offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. You can see franchise locations for details. If you need a gift idea, trust me, they will not be disappointed with the gift of me time. That's from Massage Envy, where you spend money and get money back for yourself. Massage Envy, where better begins.
Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Joe Buck, Joe Theismann already joining us on today's show. Joey Vitali coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond in the 10 o'clock hour. Who's going to be Missouri's quarterback, Doug? I mean, what do we got going on here?
Hell, I don't know.
Bo Perbula.
You think so?
Why not?
And that's how you have to say it?
Yes, going forward. If he commits to Mizzou, you have to really emphasize it.
Kind of like that old chicken spadini thing.
Chicken spadini. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, Super Bowl hero Mike Jones. Morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We are wonderful.
Good. Another Mizzou guy on the show. I'm outnumbered 4-1 now.
I like it that way. That's the way it should be.
Is it any other guys but Mizzou guys?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
None that matter.
That's exactly right, Doug. Well said. Well said. Hey, Mike, I know you got an event going on tonight. What do you got going on?
Yeah, today, the Demetrius Johnson Foundation, we've been, for the last, of course, the DJ passed away 2 years ago, but his foundation lives on. We do a Christmas toy giveaway on Sunday, but we actually made it a weekend now, so it's the giving weekend. So today we're at the Gary's Fine Dining, 601 North Grand. If anyone comes and donates 2 gifts, they'll receive 2 tickets to the concert on Saturday night of E-Wave. That's at the Sheldon Theater. So the time is from 2 o'clock until 6 today. And then tomorrow morning from 10 until 12. And anyone that brings 2 gifts will get 2 tickets to that concert.
And at Gary's Fine Dining, it's right next to the Fox Theater. Is he a relative of DJ's, Gary?
What's that?
I was thinking, is Gary related to DJ?
Gary is his older brother.
That's what yeah. I always thought that. So,
Gary's was the DJ's older brother.
Gary's Fine Dining from 2 to 6 on Friday. That's today. Then from 10 to noon tomorrow. If you can bring 2 gifts, it's a toy drive continuing the work of the Demetrius Johnson Foundation. So stop by 2 to 6 today, 10 to noon on Saturday. Bring 2 gifts, and then you'll get tickets to the Heatwave concert Saturday night, which is taking place at the Sheldon, which is a great spot. Mike, you told a story at the Missouri Athletic Club the other night. When Coach Drink got the job at Mizzou, one of his first meetings was in St. Louis with you and DJ at Union Station. Tell us about that meeting.
Yeah, actually, it was the president of the university. It was the athletic director at the time, and Coach Drink, and then myself, DJ, and JC, Coach over at Carter Ritter. So we sat down and talked, and, Coach Drink was asked a couple questions about, the alumni. But then, the first question about players was about Brady Cook. And I told him at the time, I said, of course, I coached against him. I was like, this guy's going to be a good football player. He's got to give him a little time to grow, but he'll be a heck of a football player. He's like, okay. And then, he kind of looked, okay. Coach coming in, and he doesn't know really the guys and know the area, the lay of the land. So I think he took it with a grain of salt. And then, of course, as Brady got, older and playing more, he got better and better and realized, he was a guy that really did a phenomenal job at Mizzou.
Mike Jones, former Mizzou running back. You know how he became a linebacker? Doug, you're good at trivia. Do you know how he became a linebacker?
I don't really. I don't remember the story.
Al Davis of the Raiders said, Mike Jones, you ought to be a linebacker, and thus the NFL career. There wouldn't have been a tackle for the St. Louis Rams if it weren't for Al Davis. Connect those dots, guys.
Well, thank you, Al. I was thinking it'd be a nice touch at this charity thing where you're collecting toys. If you could tackle people maybe a yard away from the collection site, and then they could get up from there and put it in the box.
My tackling days are way over. You 20 plus years for me tackling anybody.
25th anniversary coming up of the tackle. There's going to be a great reunion at the MAC. And I know, Mike, we've talked about getting some other events together. You were out in L.A. Somebody else was telling me that Vermeil wasn't there, so I guess he didn't get it. Did he get invited, but they didn't fly him or something?
Well, no, he was invited, but it was a problem with the other coaches. And, Coach Vermeil, he's loyal to everyone. And if they weren't going to take care of the coaches, he wasn't going to show up. That's pretty much what it came down to. And so he was unable to make it. And it was just it could have been done a lot better. We appreciate what they did, honoring us on Sunday night. But, for 25 years being the first team and winning, and then I think some issues with it being the St. Louis Rams. It's just a whole bunch of stuff that shouldn't have gotten away, and it did.
It's kind of a weird deal, right? When you're in LA, the fans are like, "Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, good job." Like, it's a little weird. It's like your parents are divorced and you don't know whose house to go to for Christmas.
Well, you know what? I say we're kind of like, that Christmas story, the aisle of misfit toys, where you don't have a place to go. I mean, I hate to say it, that's what the St. Louis Cardinals and St. Louis Rams are now.
Yeah.
The aisle of misfit toys. Think about that.
Yeah, the Cardinal players here fought that for years. You know, the Rams having all the success and all the great football Cardinal players from the years kind of felt the part of it and kind of not. It's kind of an awkward place to be in.
Yeah, and we know exactly where it is now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can see Mike Jones helping collect some toys for the Demetrius Johnson Foundation, continuing that work. It's from 2 to 6. That's taking place tonight at Gary's Fine Dining right next door to the Fox. And then again, 10 to noon on Saturday. Bring 2 gifts for the toy drive. They continue the Demetrius Johnson Foundation work, and you'll get 2 tickets to the Heatwave concert Saturday night at the Sheldon. Mike, great for having you on the show. Grateful that you popped on with us, and we will see you soon.
All right, guys. MIZ.
M-I-Z-Z-O-U. There he is.
Reluctantly, all right, fine. Z-O-U.
There it is.
Okay,
Mike Jones with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. All right, we are going to be talking it over with Joey Vitali coming up at about 9:30. The toy drive, we are now over 6,000, not toy drive, the fundraiser for Annie's Hope. We are now over $6,200. 65 different people have donated. You can go to donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. It's on, the link is on the TMA STL Twitter account, our Instagram. Chairman Kurt, is that correct?
Yeah. Check out the story. The link is easily accessible to the story.
Thank you, sir. The TMA fan page on Facebook, which you can join. And please, if you can, make a donation to Annie's Hope. It's something we're doing here in our final show before the Christmas holidays. We'll all be taking vacation at different points, and so this is our last show together for the next couple of weeks, and wanted to do something to honor our friends and families of J. Randolph Jr., Michael Wellington, 2 people with longtime ties to the show. And Annie's Hope was damaged by floods on November 5th. And if you were listening to Kevin Wellington's story in the 8 o'clock hour, you can understand why it's so near and dear to the hearts of many with what he and his family have been battling through. It's Annie's Hope, and the link is donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Please make a donation if you can. Jeff Lottman is online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, he's with Compass Realty. That's Jeff Lottman of Compass Realty. If you are in the market to buy a home or sell your home, Compass Realty has all kinds of connections throughout the real estate world, and not just locally, but literally all over the world. They are the #1 luxury real estate agency in the St. Louis area. Luxury is not about a price point. It's about an experience, and that's what they can do for you. It's Jeff Lottman at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Jeff Lottman, Compass Realty. If you're looking to buy a home or sell a home, work with somebody who's been doing it in the market for 20-plus years with $500 million in sales. That's Jeff Lottman, Compass Realty. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt. And also in the YouTube chat, how about this, Doug? I'm a 22-year-old bi-curious grad student girl, and me and my besties want to come up to the station to cheer Tim up. How about that?
Is that right?
That's from, now it says it's from Jackson's Drop Auditor. I always just kind of thought that was a guy, but it turns out it's a 22-year-old bi-curious grad student girl.
Pick?
She's stronger than grandmother's breath.
How about that?
I think we're gonna need to see that person. She show up just to see.
Doug, you're assuming that's a 22-year-old bi-curious female?
I believe virtually everything I read in the text is
what you want to do
emails
is
and all of them.
Fly her in from a foreign country and meet at the airport.
Right.
That'll go well.
Unarmed.
That's what we ran into at the Hot Shots in South County. Tunneling Gerbil says he's already on his way, so a bunch of people are coming to the studio. How wonderful is that? The Tunneling Gerbil.
KG, can you go lock the doors?
Oh, my goodness. All right, Joey Vitali is coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Doug, our total for Annie's Hope, now $6,356.47. Tip of the cap to the audience. Didn't really have a goal. But now that we're at 6,300 in 2 hours and change, let's see if we can get to 10,000.
I think we can
for
do
the holidays.
Does this show ever have a goal?
No, it never has a point.
Get to 11.
Get to 11. That's our slogan. I will be asleep by 11:30, and I don't know when I will wake up.
I'll take the under.
You think I'll be asleep sooner than that?
Yeah, maybe in the 10 o'clock hour. It's kind of not off.
I got to hear what the Colonel has to say about Missouri's quarterback situation. Chairman, are you panicked?
About the quarterback situation? Yeah. I'm not really locked in.
Okay.
I probably should be more, but, I mean, it's alarming that they haven't grabbed one yet with what's available on the roster. So, yeah, panic meter moving up a little bit as each day passes.
Well, they'll get somebody.
They could be in that Arenado mode. They just want to wait a little longer. That's what they're doing. They just want to see what else is out there.
And everybody's available. Everybody on any team, if you offer them the right amount of money.
Well, keep an eye on this. Jackson, you have that audio of the Alabama offensive lineman. What is this gentleman's name? I'm sorry, I sent it to you.
Yeah, I had bookmarked it prior, and it starts with, it might be a Joe. We might have another Joe entering the chat here today. This guy's name is... Bop.
Doug hates that when you do that. Doug hates that when you do that.
Mike Johnson.
Mike
Did you make
Johnson.
No, this is how it's
I actually thought it was.
Is that the Speaker of the House?
Is that the guy who owns High Point?
Yeah. It's both of them and the former Alabama lineman. It's like the Forrest Gump of football.
Wait till you hear this.
I mean, I've talked to people inside of numerous programs that say that they're talking to rival programs and just kind of chuckling with one another. Like, what do you even do? You know, what do you even do when these kids are getting these offers while they're on your team and heading somewhere else and then making a different decision 24 hours later? And guys, I heard today from a really reliable source that there is a team in the college football playoff that is actively paying its players to stay throughout the playoff so that they will have enough people to practice with. And they are in the playoff.
Wow.
Oh. It blows my mind that that's what we're dealing with. But these kids are being recruited other places. The transfer portal's wide open. And I don't know what the end game actually is.
How about that?
How hard is it just to move it back to where the recruiting period can't start until the season's over?
It's the semester thing.
It affects their schooling, Doug.
Their schooling.
Yeah. I think they can get caught up. Although Jackson in math, you never got caught up.
It's true. It's true.
So maybe they can't. I think we got to set aside this classwork thing and just say, we'll move it back a little bit. Mm-hmm. If you switch to a school and they've already started the semester, we'll get you caught up.
Because we're going to just give you the grade anyway.
What that? We're paying you to stay. You're in the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Please. We got a huge game this weekend. Please don't leave. Please don't leave.
You imagine being like the manager who would have to step in and be on the field, like on scout team, if because there's not enough people out there. You got
How could you do that as a teammate? Like if you're a player that contributes a lot on a team in the playoff, how could you look the teammates in the eye and say, I got a better deal. I'm leaving. Good luck.
We talked to James Franklin audio from earlier this week about Bo Prabula.
Who might be coming to Columbia. He visited earlier this week.
And like he was like, Bo didn't want to leave, but that's like the only option if he wants to leave eventually. He has to do it now. And that's
when does it close, the portal? I know it's open. When
it closes and then reopens for 5 days after, I think, the new year, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, no matter what, like if your team makes a deeper run, eventually you're going to have to leave the team. And it sucks.
So keep an eye on some of the players who are playing this weekend. They're going to be in there.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Missouri's quarterback is on the roster that's playing this weekend. By Missouri's quarterback, I mean Missouri's quarterback next year.
And Texas has two of them, right?
That's right.
Get one of them.
That's right. So Quinn Ewers in Columbia. Arch Manning comes to Columbia.
Wouldn't that be fun?
We might have to pony up ourselves. We might have to help out with some of that for Arch Manning.
It's going to come out of our pockets?
Well, alumni. Yeah. Everyone, all the alumni will come together.
All of the alumni.
All of the alumni come together.
That's right.
How many Mizzou alumni are? Is there like 200,000 out there?
Oh, it's got to be
300,000.
I don't think I'm an actual alumnus, though. I got those 8 hours left.
It's kind of nice. So they ask for money, like, well, I'm not an alum. What are you going to do?
They probably have something like 5,000 graduates a year, I would think.
So over the last 40 to 50 years,
yeah,
200-ish. Yeah, let's talk about it. Should I text Mizzou again? Hey, sorry about the Drinkwitz question. Can you tell me how many alumni you have?
Global network of 357,000.
Nice, Chairman.
We got a transfer portal question. Diego Pavia got granted that extra year. Does that part of that include him having to stay at Vanderbilt, or could he move around a little bit?
I would imagine he'd be able to move, too.
Feels like there's very few restrictions.
So, for the record, for those not familiar with it, Diego Pavia, who became well-known in college football this year, if you were watching him play against Missouri, he had a good game, but became famous 2 weeks later when he led Vanderbilt to the win over Alabama. He was at JUCO for 2 years. He presented a case to appeal for more time to play based on the fact that at JUCO he couldn't capitalize on his name, image, and likeness. And so, because of that, it was ruled that he can now have 2 more years of eligibility to capitalize on his name, image, and likeness. So that now means JUCO players might be able to play forever. Do we have the Steve Sarkisian sound? Take a listen to this. Here's the head coach of the Texas Longhorns.
All right. Go ahead. Hit the liquor pail.
Diego Pavia getting the extra year now after essentially having his JUCO years not count. I'm curious for your thoughts on that, not necessarily as a head coach having to manage a roster, but as a former junior college athlete yourself who played 2 years there and then only got 2 years at the NCAA level at BYU.
Tighten it up.
Yeah, I totally disagree with the NCAA's determination on this. We chose to go to junior college football, and that's where we wanted to start and play our career. So I don't understand it at all. We're going to have guys 28, 29 years old playing college football. Like, what's the point, man? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I totally disagree with it.
There you go, Steve Sarkisian, who was a JUCO guy himself. So, yeah, what it's going to be like when there's a 30-year-old guy quarterbacking.
Yeah, I mean, Cam Rising, he's got granted an 8th year of eligibility.
At 30, you're pretty old for the NFL.
Right, unless you're like a punter from Australia. It's rare to see 30-year-olds playing college football.
The problem with all of this is we can rant and rave who's going to fix it. Well, the NCAA, they've lost all their juice.
Yes.
They used to have all the – now it's up to the schools to come together and to agree on something, which I don't think that's likely either. The NCAA is just – as toothless as they've ever been. I don't even know why they even exist. I guess run some swimming tournaments or something.
Their president, Charlie Baker, was in front of the Senate this weekend getting yelled at, screamed at.
Didn't go well for him, did it?
No, it didn't.
Marcia's Burner with a suggestion for the Tigers. Maybe Tim can go back to finish his degree and play quarterback. It's not a bad idea.
Could you see over the line?
It's just not fair.
Well, I mean, these guys are 6'3", 6'4", and 5.
I wear lifts all the time.
Joe Theismann wasn't a real big quarterback.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, Tim's also super mobile, and so, it's going to be a lot of one-step dropbacks right up the middle.
Yep.
Oh, you're a running quarterback?
Mm-hmm. Tavon Austin.
You kind of get lost in the...
Fran Tarkenton.
He was 6 feet tall, too.
Depends how you measure.
Well, with a ruler, a yardstick, something like that.
Hey, that Joey Vitali is going to join us coming up on the other side of the break. We also have the drops of the week and our pick 6 for the college football playoff weekend. The Colonel in the 10 o'clock hour design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That's all to come. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Looking for something to do with the kids this holiday season? How about the zoo? Yeah, this time of year, the zoo's still up and running because of the Wild Lights program. This goes until December 29th. The St. Louis Zoo invites you to enjoy brilliant displays featuring over 1 million twinkling lights, festive menus, zoo attractions, kids' activities, much more going on with the Wild Lights, which is going on through December 29th. You can support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season by gifting a zoo membership. That's with our friends at Together Credit Union, offering an exclusive zoo membership for members who sign up for that St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card also get a sea lion plush toy for the kids this holiday season and that exclusive membership to the St. Louis Zoo, including discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. St. Louis Zoo debit card also empowers you to give back, rounding up the change from your transactions, donating your change back to the zoo, furthering their mission, which includes things like the Wildcat Park that's under construction. All of this available when you sign up at Together Credit Union on the web, togethercu.org, or stop by any of their 14 area locations. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. You can watch the show youtube.com/TMASTL. You can text in, Air Comfort Service text line. Save it in your phone and participate in the program anytime you would like. 314-3999-646 and call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And the Collier and Thompson phone lines is where we find friend of the show, Joey Vitali. Morning, Joey.
Hey, boys, what's going on? Good morning to you all.
Wow, how about that?
That was nice little greeting to us.
I think he was he was trying to decide whether he'd say hi to me or not. He was deciding.
Oh, his intention still?
He paused and then he said, "Okay, to you all."
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on socializing with the rest of the world. I always have something a smart alecky to say, and I'm really training myself to just be more polite. So as I kind of stumble through my words, it's a lot to process.
Wow, I see. There's a lot going on over there. I didn't know that, Doug.
Does he know that Jackson and I are going to be outside picketing the party on Saturday night?
Wow, I did not know that. It's going to be a cold one. You guys just come on in.
We're not taking any.
They don't want to go in now.
No pity. Nope. We're going to just have a trash barrel on fire. Just keep us toasty.
Right. Cooking up grease missiles and protesting for the people.
They have the backing of the Teamsters.
That's right.
Oh man. That's something I'm just it's going to sadden me. No, please just come in.
No, they're not going in now.
We're men of principle, Joey.
Well, okay, maybe just to warm up and get a nip.
Come on in. The water's warm.
Yeah, just for a little bit.
It's a star-studded guest list. Doug, it's A-list.
Is it really?
It is.
I cannot control what you do. That is your business. See, I'm reading this book. You guys like all these things, don't you? Yeah. This is out of my control.
What
are you doing? Some self-help right now?
Yeah, is that what's going on?
Yeah, I'm doing some stuff. Going from hockey into the socializing of the real world, it was always a struggle for me because in the locker room you used to get carved and you carve each other nonstop. And they always said that the worst day for a hockey player is the next day after they get a haircut, coming into the locker room. It's never pretty. And I remember when I retired, I was still in my hockey form of the banter, and I was at a gathering, like a social gathering, and there was a guy there with this huge nose. Like, this thing was a monster.
Carl Malden.
And I played with Tanner Glass, Chris. Remember Chris Thorburn? Remember the schnoz on Chris Thorburn?
Oh yeah. Nice proboscis.
I mean, Steiner. Well, I always joke with Steiner when I used to play against him. I was like, how does that visor fit over that schnoz? And we would obviously bark at each other. And now
so this is the nicer you that's rattling off everybody's big schnoz.
So I say the guy, he introduces himself, as Ed. Like, hey, Ed. I go, my God, look at the schnoz on you. Whew. And he gives me this look, and my wife gives me this look. And I'm just thinking, like, oh, we're just having some fun. We're just playing around. But we're bonding, if anything. But he didn't take it that way. So anyway, it's been a long journey, like I said, and but adjusting from being very honest to people to being more socially appropriate. But I am working on it. So as you can tell, and for that reason, Doug and Martin, of course, if you guys are around and want to come in, please come in.
Doug and Martin. Well, that's two
Jackson
of us.
Jackson's still on the outside looking in.
Is it his schnoz?
I'm afraid he might make fun of us. You met a total stranger, and the first thing he did was make fun of his nose.
No, see, here's the deal. This is what I'm learning about. I'm not making fun. We're bonding. We're bonding over his deficiency.
Okay. I agree. I do this with my son, and I'm telling him I think it's good. I call it ball busting. I say, I'm just busting your balls. And I know you're 7.
This was a total stranger. This was a stranger.
I think it's good to get those scars.
Crying, sobbing.
I don't like when you bust my balls. Give a damn. That's how you're going to learn, boy.
Exactly. And you know what? There's science, Tim.
Is that right?
Hang with me a minute. I used to pour concrete. In the summers growing up. I never played hockey, so my dad made me pour concrete. I'm working with all these ex-convicts, guys who got out of prison, and they're just giving me so much crap all day long. And I always wonder why are they always bullying me? You know what I mean? Same with hockey. Why do you kind of bully the rookies? Why do you, as you mentioned, the banter, busting balls? Well, they've actually found this happens in the Army a lot too with the new privates. What they're finding is that it's actually these like subconscious little check-ins with the new guy, because you're basically testing them early to see how they respond to adversity. You kind of throw something at them, because the reality is, and you go through a hockey game, let's just say, pretty soon you're going to be in a game where it's going to get tight and it's going to get emotional and your back's against the wall, and you got to know, is this new guy going to have our back or not? And so you kind of give them these early tests to kind of find out. Same with concrete. You're kind of playing around. You're kind of giving the new guy crap. All of a sudden, a hot 100-degree day in July in St. Louis, that concrete starts getting hard. Okay, push comes to shove. Is this guy going to show up for us, or he's going to give up? So all these little jabs, I'll never forget stepping in my first with Paul Bissonnette in Wilkes-Barre when I went from college to the minors, and I'm in the shower, and he starts making fun of my little pee-pee. And I'm like, hey.
Jesus, gosh.
And I said to him, what do you think? I went to the little pee-pee store and just said, hey, I'll take that one. Like, come on. Like,
is there a store for that? Is that a live read? Biz Nasty went after you.
So he was ween peeking? Isn't that kind of frowned on?
Yeah. Like almost like a little pee-pee store. And I said, hey, the one on the top shelf, that looks like me. Come on, it's not my fault.
How's his?
Jackson wants to know how well hung Biz Nasty is.
Well, equal time, baby.
For a different day, Jackson. Right. You can text me on the side.
Guys.
Anyway.
Because he holds back so much. Hold on. Is this the new you that we're hearing? Because it sounds a lot like the old you.
Imagine living with me. Every day is just a roller coaster.
She's a saint. Yeah.
She is a saint. Yes, absolutely right about that. But anyway, so that's kind of how my day is going. But I have a great new book, and I'm working on it. and it's going to get better, guys. It's going to get better.
See, I've learned from the hockey world. I was screaming at the kids last night. I was picking stuff up, and I said, I'm tired of having passengers. I want people to learn from the hockey gang. You just say there's too many passengers when when there's not enough help. So thank you for that.
That's right. It's the old good term in hockey. I told my first youth hockey team I was a brand new coach, and I was all pumped up. I wore a tie to my first game. These kids are 6. They're 6 years old. We're at Kirkwood. They learn to play. They got bumper pads all over the ice. So I wore my tie. I had my speech ready. I walked in, Martin. I said, "Hey, do you guys know who Aesop is?" And of course, their eyes looked like they saw 20 cats like just running across. Like, what? Aesop was a storyteller, guys. And I started telling this whole story about the tortoise and the hare. And I said, the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise started the race on time, and he kept at it. And then everyone knows the story. And of course, the hare just darts off at the beginning. He realizes he's way ahead. What does he do? He takes a little nap out of the tree. I'm telling these kids all this. They're kind of into it. They love animals. Again, they're in kindergarten. And I said, but at the end, the hare wakes up and he sees the tortoise crossing the finish line. And he gets up and he runs really fast, but it's too late. And these kids are just like, jaws are dropped. Like, who is this new coach and what is he talking about? And I said, guys, it's simple. The hare won, the tortoise won because he was what? He was slow, but he was consistent. Slow and steady is going to win the race this year, guys. We're going to make it to the end. We're going to win this league, but it's going to be slow, but we're going to be steady. Right, so I had this whole pregame season. They go out on the ice, first game. Everyone's pumped up. Parents are they are moving like molasses. They're not moving their feet at all. Everyone's just stopped. And I said, guys, bring it in. What's going on? And they're all frustrated. And they said, Coach, you wanted us to be like the tortoise.
Too literal.
Too slow.
So I realized that story's not for that age group.
No.
And then did they ask what size pee-pee the tortoise had? Is that
No, that would have been a safe sport violation, big time, Mark.
Okay.
I would not have been.
Good for you. You got restraint.
Taking my coaching credentials away.
Did you also ridicule these ex-cons when you were working on the chain gang in the summers?
No, that's a great question. That's great. I had a guy I worked with named Junior Ard. He was a crazy son of a gun, and he obviously got into some trouble at some point. But I'd be teamed up with him every single day, and I learned about the birds and the bees at a very young age. I learned a lot about life from those days, and those guys were hardworking men. They taught me a lot, but. No, I kept that one to myself. I wasn't going to mouth off those guys.
No.
Joe, did you know the Blues lost last night? They played in Tampa. I don't know if you're aware. 3-1.
Yeah.
They've lost 4 of 5. Are you glossing over the fact that Note are sort of in the tank right now?
Listen, it's tough goings. I actually thought they played pretty well in the game. They ended up shooting Tampa almost to a 2-1 margin. And you look at that game and I just walk away and I say that, man, there's 2 gaps, correctable gaps in that game. And this is how close this team is. You have a 500 hockey team or 1 under now, but you're in Tampa, you're on the road, backs against the wall, good team. How do you go in there and scrape for some points? Well, they played almost a pretty good game to the point where they should at least have got a point, maybe 2 in the game, outside of the 2 mistakes. And, both on entries, where you have the point line coming over the boards, they come across the blue, and you have 2 defenders go to 1 guy, and the middle opens up. First goal of the game, Cirelli. Guy comes in the zone, pulls into the offensive zone. You have actually 3 players on the blue side go to the skater with the puck. Those are all entry sort outs. This is all very correctable. It's you sit down on the whiteboard, coaches go through it, they show you film. So I know that as tough as that was last night, and it's going to be a tough game tonight, the good news is that you're that close last night, and you clean up a couple little details, and I'm telling you, that's the difference in winning and losing for this team right now.
Bennington got lifted early last night, and I see he's lost like 4 in a row and 7 of his last 8 starts. You see a problem there anywhere with him? Is he struggling a bit?
Is it Bennington or is it the team? To me, it's definitely a combination of both. I think that the biggest thing I've seen is that there has been so much turnover with this Blues defensive grouping that with all the different personnel and personalities and communication coming in and then leaving, getting hurt, traded in, traded out, I just think that they're not officially on the same page yet. I mean, you start the year with Nick Leddy and Colton Parayko, Broberg and Falk, Suter, and let's call it Matthew Kessel. I mean, look, Matthew Kessel's in the minors now. Ryan Suter's up and down the lineup. We lost Nick Leddy. Don't forget about Torrey Krug. Broberg missed almost a month with his injury. I mean, you bring in Cam Fowler. I mean, guys, that's just a defensive end. Think of all the different personalities coming in, and I just think that some exchanges from goalies to D to D in the back end aren't as clean. I think timing's just not as sharp. So that's on the team side, where I think they could be much better in front of Bennington. But then for Jordan, too, I think to be fair, he'd be the first one to say it because he's an honest and very direct and accountable person. I think that he'd like to have a couple of these goals back over these last few games. I mean, that one last night, the Blues get within one, right? They're in a good spot. You get a nice goal there. You're starting to climb back. And then, of course, the Tampa Bay Lightning come down, kick it out to Kucherov. He slides it over. And then, of course, the Tampa Bay Lightning score right after a snapshot from the right circle. You know, not a lot of velocity behind it. It was certainly shot well and just goes across his body over the glove with no screen. So you could tell in his body language right after as he gave a banner reader, looking at that he wanted to have that one back. So those are the ones you need to have. He didn't do it. So to answer your question, Doug, yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a team in front of him not being on the same page. But also I think to a man, I think Bennington would agree that some of these he's got to make a save on.
Joey Vitali every Friday here on TMA, and Martin and Jackson will be out in front of his house tomorrow night picketing with a barrel and some fire.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Wow, all right, Joey.
Gloves with the fingers cut out.
Absolutely.
And cardboards that say scab.
Yeah.
I got the deputy Kirkwood sheriff on speed dial.
The law's on our side, gentlemen.
Hashtag not my Santa.
What if Strick asked me to go with him? Does that count?
Oh, then you're definitely not coming.
Sounds like he's out. Stephen Wildwood has offered to dress up as Santa so he can have all the Kirkwood MILFs sit on his lap. I don't know if you've got a Santa or not. I know Martin was in negotiations. I don't know where that wound up.
I will say, in all fairness, this is it's like a community, our school Paris. This started like 4 years ago with just some people from our church, and that's where it's at. And since you guys have brought I've had more hockey people text me and call me like, "Hey, can I come to this park?" Random people got the Woolworths. Like, no, it's not like my best buddies across the board. This is a Catholic school. It's actually has a poster party. Like all the proceeds went to the school. So now everyone thinks it's like this big. They think it's like the Nelly Ball. You guys remember that?
He had it the other night.
Yes, indeed.
This is not a who's who and saying, look, this is a community thing. We give the proceeds back to the school. I think it started out as like a kindergarten party. Like
it's just surprising that it's so exclusionary.
Yeah, well, again, I wish I had every group a part of it. But you know what? Maybe next year. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go find a bigger house. I'm telling my wife I'm going to get back to work, get a bigger house, and then we're going to include everyone next year.
How about that?
Sidney Crosby texts in and says, really? Not invited to Joey's party? Unbelievable.
He'll be on the picket line.
He's irritated.
He's a big fan of your guys' show.
I bet he's live streaming right now, Doug. Joey, we always appreciate the time, and man, I can't wait to be at your house tomorrow on the inside.
Poster party. It's poster party. It's just a poster party. If I know you, it's just a poster party.
That's all it is, Doug. Poster party. And can we have the Ohio State-Tennessee game on? Martin says you're going to force us to watch like a Winnipeg game.
I was thinking if we rerun some of my old high school championship games from Savage Center.
Oh, nice.
VHS.
Yeah, VHS. CB.
Maybe one from the 2003 where we beat Marquette. Suck it, Marquette.
Oh, that's where my wife went. That's going to be awkward.
Old wounds die hard.
He's probably got NHL Network on a loop, Tim. You're going to be greatly disappointed.
Joey, we appreciate it, brother. Thanks so much.
Oh, it's fun. See you guys.
See ya.
All right,
Joey
thank you,
Vitali
Joey.
with us here on TMA. Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you know anything about Design Air?
Design Air, the longest-running TMA supporter. Seth Goldcamp's probably invited. Everybody's invited, apparently, except me and Jackson. Seth and his family. Now, fourth-generation St. Louis business, longest-running TMA supporter sponsor. They bring you that email of the day in the 10 o'clock hour. They've been around since 1904, making sure the furnace works in the winter, the AC works in the summer. St. Louis goes through the seasons, the ups, the downs. It's cold, it's hot. You want to make sure you have an HVAC company you can count on, and that is Designer. It's emotional when I talk about design. That's why I jumped up there. The website is real easy, designairservice.com. Designairservice.com. Set up your appointment online, and when they come out to fix the furnace, they're not there to upsell. That just adds to the stress. When you need a repair, get the great repair team that is Design Air. If you need an entire new unit, they'll let you know. They'll walk you through the process. It's a great company. That's why it's been around for so long. DesignAirService.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We are now over $6,500 for Annie's Hope. What a great thing this has been this morning with the loyal audience of TMA and 101 ESPN making donations. You can make your donation for Annie's Hope at donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. I would highly recommend going back and listening to Kevin Wellington telling his story and the value Annie's Hope has had to him and his family since his wife passed away in October, leaving behind their 4 children, all young children. Annie's Hope is the name of the charity. We decided we would raise some money on our final full show before the holiday season, and the audience has delivered. Thank you so much to everybody who has donated. And if you can, donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Also earlier on the show, on what Martin you're calling a Big Joe Friday, Joe Theismann, Joe Buck, Joey Vitali.
Yeah, Joe Rogan wanted to call in. We told him we were sort of full.
I didn't have time. The Colonel's going to be with us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. If you miss anything, TMA STL app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Our studio cameras brought to you by the Air Alliance team. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Clippers defeat the Mavericks last night, 118-95. Ivica Zubac with 21 points and 15 boards. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we're going to have that Colonel joining us here in about 15 minutes. Colonel's exhausted. Colonel works harder in December than I think any month of the year, especially with the transfer portal. And God, he's only 10 days away from the Music City Bowl, so you know he's really getting ready.
It must feel helpless just to try to keep up with it all.
Yeah.
You just couldn't possibly do it.
Can't win.
No.
Guys tell you they're staying, and they get more money somewhere else, and then they're going. Can't win. Can't win. Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. Text into the program, 314-399-9646. And Jackson, do we have the drops of the week?
You got it.
You better do it.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Clip that off.
Doug, this is a Sapphic show. I don't know if it's Sapphic.
I've always been a temp guy.
And if I have to listen to one more week of that barefoot motherfucker.
This situation is very much not my expertise, but I feel like as an outsider, I'm able to see it clearly.
You know where I'm at with botulism.
That's a really good question.
I'm definitely going to get lucky Christmas night. No question about it.
And your instinct is right. I do love to cuddle.
Rich, the Eagles have not lost since you told Dan Orlovsky to piss up a rope.
Good.
It doesn't compare at all to the nerves when you're in the same room as Tim.
With the blowhole.
I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it.
Fear and Loathing in Jeffco.
Easy, Santa. Don't get your panties in a bunch.
Hello, bitch.
Good for you, Doug.
That was Drops of the Week.
I don't know who did it, but whoever did it, I'm doffing my cap. Look, Doug, I'm doffing my cap.
I see you doff it, you know.
Is that you, Jackson?
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That was well done.
I was really proud of the ending.
The naked gun, and then the
naked gun.
Bitch.
Well, I was listening back to the Rich Gould interview because I was like, I've definitely missed more drops than I wrote down. And he just said, I love camping. I love it. And I go, I recognize that callback right there. I had to get the naked gun audio up in there.
People love Uncle Rich being on the show.
Yeah,
how can you not?
He's FOTS all day, friend of the show.
Am I? Am I now, Junior? I'm a friend of the show? He even disputed that right out of the gate.
Hey, Tim, just got out of a therapy session, talked a lot about Doug's bulge and Sweet Kai's anus.
What now?
Any update on the Illini's victory bidding? Any takers? Come on, Fats bid. That's from the recovering alcoholic in Belleville and Webster Groves, and he has put up 2 tickets, $250 a piece, for the bidding for our charity fundraiser for Annie's Hope, and it includes free parking, and you are sitting in the Bull and Bear Club, and I hear that is like the nicest suite in the building. You guys ever sit in there, Jackson?
Yeah.
You have, of course.
That's where I saw Post Malone.
Oh, really?
It's awesome.
How'd you get that hookup, Sweet Kai?
Bond off.
Recovering alcoholic.
Be darned. It's a nice hookup.
Yeah, big time. It was awesome.
Some seats there with Matt Offenberg. I've been to the old Bull and the Bear.
Nice.
It is really cool.
Submit your bids in the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. If you want to call and talk it over with Chairman Kurt, 314-974-0101. All right, Doug, college football playoff starts tonight. We will make our picks coming up. And then, Martin, you have some onboarding going on?
I got some more onboard. I'm almost wrapped up. Hope to get it done by the end of the year.
That's the key. You can listen to the program anytime you want. TMA STL app. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you know anything about Jason Gosrow?
Well, sure, because when I had a garage door problem, that's who I called. And that's the name you need to think of. If anything ever goes wrong with your garage door, you need to think, what do I do now? Oh, I know, Schaefer Door. So that's what you do. Let me spell Schaefer for you. Schaefer. There's only one F. A couple other businesses around town with 2 Fs. This is a 1F Schaefer. And this is a place that'll get you taken care of toot sweet if you have any kind of problem with your garage door. It's best to call or text them at 636-782-3608. This will get you the quickest response time possible. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That seems to be when they go. But Schaefer Door is right there to get you taken care of if you have those kind of problems. Or if you run a business, have a warehouse with those big, giant garage doors, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Again, the website is schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Making our plays for the college football playoff first round next. Then Gabe DeArmond joins us at 10:15. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond will be with us coming up. Get the latest on the Missouri search for a quarterback and the portal. Also the bragging rights game coming up on Sunday. Jackson, you going?
I'm not.
Wow, big announcement, Doug.
I'm not. Sorry, Doug, I had Martin's mic on and not yours.
I said, why not?
Thank you. Noon start, not great. Tickets.
You got big plans tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? No, just hanging out, watching the games. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah.
But noon, they beat Kansas when I watched on my couch, so we're gonna keep it rolling.
Okay.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, had nothing to do with them winning.
Superstition, it's all right to be a little superstitious.
Oh, I guess.
A little stitious. Yeah, I don't know. But I love the bragging rights game, and it's always a great time. But, yeah, not this year.
What if it were 7 p.m. on Monday night, the night before Christmas Eve?
Yes, then I'd be so much more
And then it's
fired.
a pony.
Yeah, then that's
now,
the
we're
thing.
in here and we're doing the show the next day, but for the rest of the metropolitan area and fans coming from near and far in the bi-state area, I think you would have more enthusiasm for it.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why I love it so much is because growing up and even into college and work, it was like the Friday, like on the first day of Christmas break. Like you're going to be off either school or work for, a week or two, and you get to watch Mizzou, Illinois, 50-50 arena. Really love that element of it. Sunday at noon kind of takes some of the air out of the sail.
All right, Jackson's out.
Windows out.
They're going to sell it out,
Probably. The tickets, the way I've seen the third-party ticket sales, it seems like they are.
Oh, that's good.
Doug, we have the college football playoff getting underway with Joe Buck and Joe Theismann on the program earlier. One Indiana rep, one Notre Dame rep. Joey Vitali earlier in the program. It's been a big show as we're raising money for Annie's Hope, and we were at $6,542 raised since 7 o'clock. Tip of the cap to the audience for doing so. You can make your donation by going to donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Pick 6 College Football Playoff Edition.
Okay.
All righty. Let's see. We have our first game, Indiana at Notre Dame. That number has dropped. It is Indiana plus 6.5. I will also give the boys an option, since they're only picking 4 games, to do over-under. That over-under is at 52. So you can either do 6.5 spread or over-under 52. Tim, we'll start with you.
I will take Notre Dame and the under.
Notre Dame.
Tough to take a near touchdown
We have to
favorite
take
and
both?
go under. That's what I'm going to take to get me 6
Okay.
picks.
Yeah. Yes, you can. Yeah, either way, you got to get to 6. So, Doug, your play?
Well, that's what I was going to do.
All right, that's fine.
I think Notre Dame's a little better than some people give them credit for. I don't think they'll have.
Jackson will take Indiana. He hates
Too hard.
Irish and he hates Catholics.
No, I have to go with my mind
my
on this
goodness.
one. My mind is telling me that the Notre Dame at home. I think the home field advantage thing is going to be so huge in these games, more so at Notre Dame than any one of them. So I will take the Irish, and I won't touch this over under because it seems like it's too high. So I'm just not going to touch it. I'll do a different one. All right, our next game, 11 a.m. kick tomorrow. SMU at State College, Penn State. SMU is getting 11 points. It's a double-digit spread. 11 a.m. kick, 54 is the total. I'll get going here, and I'm going to take the Mustangs to cover.
I'm going to take the Mustangs as well.
I'm taking the Mustangs to cover.
I was going to, but I don't want us all to bet the same thing.
You got to say what you think.
I'm also on the
Say
over.
what you mean to say. Was that John Mayer? Say what you
need to say.
Say what you need to say. And then Taylor Swift's also on. Is Taylor Swift
I
on
don't
that,
know.
Were they dating at that time?
Doug?
I don't know that either.
Jeez, man, you got to do some show prep.
So you want SMU, Doug?
Yes.
Stangs.
Stangs. I'm also taking the over in that game. Clemson plus 12 at Texas, 3 p.m. kick. That total is 51 in the hay.
Clemson's getting 12.
Clemson's getting 12 points.
51 in the hay.
Yeah, 51.5 is the
Okay.
total.
I'll take Clemson in the 12.
Clemson plus 12. Doug, your play.
I'm going to take Texas.
Texas
plus
minus 12. I am going to take Clemson, and I'm going to take the over in this game of
What's
51
going on?
and a half.
Watch this. What's going on with Quinn Ewers?
God, that's a good question.
He's a turnover
I'm glad I
machine.
stopped to watch it.
Quinn Ewers.
Which kind of makes me nervous about the over-under, but I like that number being a little bit lower. And then the final game, the nightcap tomorrow evening, Tennessee heading into Columbus, taking on Ohio State at 7 p.m. 7.5-point underdogs for the Volunteers. The total is 46. I'll kick it off. I'm going to take the Vols because I think they can go all the way. Tennessee Volunteers plus 7.5.
Tennessee.
Doug?
Tennessee.
You have to pick an over-under in this game, too.
I do?
Yeah, we got to get to 6.
What'd you say the over-under was?
46.
46. I'll take the over on that.
Square.
Well, maybe I won't pick anything at all.
Protest.
It's like me at Joey's party.
And I'm going to take Ohio State.
All right, OSU and the over for Doug. Tim?
Well, I go back and forth on this. I tell you this. I go back and forth because I think either one of these teams could win the national championship. I really do. I'm going to go Ohio State minus 7.5.
Okay.
And I will take the under.
All righty. All right, so our picks are in there. I'm so looking forward to these games. Tonight, more so than any other game. Tonight's the one.
Can't wait.
That's so awesome.
wait.
It's such a perfect matchup. And the circumstances of cold weather and possible snow, fired up.
Steven Time says SMU is a 9-point favorite. So if that's the case, that's awfully interesting.
Not where I'm seeing it.
I mean, they're on the road.
God, is it? I did this morning, and
SMU is a 9-point favorite at Penn State.
I see.
No,
Penn
SMU
State
is a
8.5.
9-point dog. 9-point dog. Okay, so what did I say? 11?
My bet was booked.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen. But that's when I looked this morning at 7. That's what it was. No, they were not.
I see 8.5 on ESPN.
Well, we play at 11.
Wow.
Good thing I took the Stangs.
Unbelievable. Colonel's going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Doug, a wonderful gift to get people for the holidays. Still can do it, and you get it, and it's downloaded right away. And that is a Sound Story gift card using the promo code TMA, getting you 10% off. Tell the people.
It really would be about the best gift you can possibly give. I'm sure you ask your mom or your dad, what do you want? I don't know. I got everything. And maybe they do have everything. Well, one thing they probably don't have is a recorded history of their life story. But now you have a chance to give them that. Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter the promo code TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or dad anytime you'd like to do that, and now that is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children will have those memories saved forever. And now new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering an option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift you will never regret giving. Trust me on that. It's a gift everyone in your family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get this special of 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story, for you, for them, forever.
There it is. Sound Story gift card, mysoundstory.com, promo code TMA for 10% off. You have the video option and the audio option. Colonel's going to join us. Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou, brought to you by James Carlton, coming up. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurtz sliding into Martin Kilcoyne's chair. Jackson Burkett with you, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the program the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com. He is presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, Colonel.
What's going on, guys?
Do you work harder in December than you do in September?
Oh, I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, the football season, there's a game. You know, we got media day on Tuesday and game on Saturday, and it's all kind of between them. You know, pretty regimented here. You never know when something's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, this is nonstop, I would have to think. Plus you got basketball going on at the same time. I've wanted to do it, but it's like I didn't do it, but I was like, I got to text the Colonel and go, hey, who do you think's going to be the quarterback? But I'm sure you get like 100 of those texts, and you probably don't know the answer. But I was legitimately curious, and I've been sick the last few days, so I was bored out of my effing mind. And I'm reading PowerMizzou.com, and I'm like, Gabe's got to have some idea. And he would text me, and he would tell me, Doug, but I didn't do it. So I'll ask here on the air, so you just blow it right out of the water right here.
That's better rather than texting you off the state on the radio.
Exactly.
Look, I wish I knew. I'd put up a story, and we'd make a lot of money off of it. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Do you think that of the names that are out there, and Jackson, Bo Prabula.
Why do we have to say it like that?
Who else we got? Mendoza?
Yeah, the guy from Cal there.
And who else is in them? I feel like there's another one. I've been reading this.
That's really it. I mean, Prabula visited. He also visited Iowa and UCF. He's at Ole Miss today. He's going to be at Indiana on Sunday, I think. Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. I know they play tonight. And then we assume he'll make a decision. He's the only one we know has visited. He's the only one, honestly, we know there's mutual interest. I mean, I've reported for a week now, hey, Missouri likes Fernando Mendoza from Cal. Keep an eye on him. But the only thing we know about Mendoza is that he visited Indiana last Thursday and Friday. That came out at some point midweek. That's it. We have no idea if he has visited anywhere else, talked to anyone else, anything like that. So, you know, Missouri fans have reached a point where they say, well, it's obvious that he has no interest and that, you know, but maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I can't say that he has been here. I can't say that he hasn't been here. All I know for sure is that he's a guy Missouri liked and absolutely was going to look into. Where that's gone, I'm not sure.
What's it like now when a player visits? Does he come with his agent, with his parents? Does he get a tour of the school or sit down with the coach for a couple hours? What's that process like?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the kid. I don't think most of them probably come with their agent because their agents have, you know, other kids and other clients making visits. Now, maybe quarterbacks are, hey, it's important enough that the agent, but I think the agent does stuff, you know, with the NIL guys and all that over Zoom or phone or whatever. And that's mostly pretty agreed to, or at least a general understanding before the kids visit, I think. You know, I don't think there's a lot of times that a kid comes on campus and you're completely surprised by the number when you ask what it's going to take. I think the difference, like a high school visit, is very much like, hey, go hang out with the guys, and whatever you guys do Friday and Saturday night, we don't necessarily know about. Just show up Saturday morning. You'll talk to the academic people and see the facilities and all that. The transfer visits are way more transactional. It's, okay, here, meet the position coach or the coordinator, the head coach. You guys talk that over. We're going to take you out to a nice dinner. We'll sit down, we'll talk football, and we'll talk money. And that's really it.
Gabe, Eli Drinkwitz had some comments yesterday kind of setting, I don't know if it's setting the record straight, but maybe giving fans the mindset of how the world is different now if you were observing your team and how things have changed from recruiting high school players and now the portal. What did you think of what he had to say? And if you don't mind kind of giving a recap of what he had to say.
Yeah, we've got Gerard Hamilton's got a story on our site this morning, and Drink talked on Wednesday, and more or less said, look, don't blame the players. This is a messed up, broken system with no rules and nobody's in charge. All you can do is the best you can. Like the days of recruiting kids and developing them, and in their third or fourth year, they become starters in big parts of your program are gone. Missouri just had 4 kids who transferred out after 6 months in the program. You know, and they were 3 of the 4 were very highly rated kids. But all they did is what honestly I said they should do a year ago. take the best offer you've got. Whoever's going to pay you the most money you can get, do it. And then go. And if that doesn't work, just go back in the portal. 6 months later, you're still a 4 or a 5-star kid. Somebody else is going to pay you. So, take the most money. And then the second time around, go to the place you really want to go. And I think that's like Missouri fans will probably kind of hate to admit it, but I think given how quickly it went with Williams Nwaneri and Kewan Lacey and Courtney Crutchfield, and the fact that they all had other options, before they ended up signing with Missouri, I think you've got to be open to the idea maybe they never really wanted to come here. The offer was just too good to turn down.
Yeah.
And they took it and moved on. And that's the way it goes. I think Drink is well equipped to be your coach in this because, look, you can sit out here and cry like Dabo Swinney has done for 5 years, right? Piss and moan about how awful it is and how, we need to go back to the days of running stairs and hills and not getting water and the Junction Boys. Or you can deal with the fact that this is what it is and I'm going to do the best I can. The only way you can judge the portal is at the end of it, you look and you say, did we get more out of it than we put into it? That's it. That's the only metric for this thing. And so, we cover it as it unfolds. Everybody talks about it as it unfolds, but we are about halfway into this window, and then there's another window in the spring. So until you get through that, there's really no point of saying, oh, no, we have no offensive lineman, or, oh, no, we lost this 5-star recruit. I mean, let's see what they have at the end.
So that's your message to people who are panicked and wondering, oh, my God, what's going to happen here with the upcoming season, especially surrounding the quarterback position?
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens, right? I mean, I make a living off their panic, so panic away. I can't tell anybody how to react, but I've said, like, the Venn diagram of the people who freak out about every individual recruitment and the people who are panic posting in the first quarter of a football game is a circle. Like, you're reacting an eighth of the way through with 1/100th of the information. And that's fine. That's great. Again, that's why message boards exist. I'm not telling anyone not to do it. I would just advise that, understand what you're doing is not necessarily rational.
And by that metric you cited, is it a positive or negative of the portal? Right now, I would assume it's a pretty big negative for Mizzou. Would you agree with that?
Well, you lose Kewan Lacey, you get Ahmad Hardy, who ran for 1,300 yards as a true freshman, and he's got 3 years left. Look, I don't know what Kewan Lacey is going to be in 2 years, but I know right now Ahmad Hardy's a better player. You lose Nwaneri and Brown, and all they've got at that position right now is Langdon Kitchen from Northwest Missouri State, who I think is a nice rotational piece, but the upside is probably not first-round draft pick, so they're down there. They've picked up quite a few pieces on defense. Basically, they've replaced Tristan Newsom and Chuck Hicks and Corey Flagg didn't transfer, but they graduated. Missouri got 2 of the top 5 linebackers in the transfer portal. I think you argue that's at least even, maybe better, So I don't know. Missouri's got, I think, the number 10 class in the country right now. They've added 7 guys from the portal. They've lost 13. But, at least 7 of those guys they've lost were either walk-ons or guys that simply were never going to see the field here. So you can argue they've seen 5, maybe 6 guys who either were contributing or you thought might contribute to the portal, and they brought in 7. So I think it's been net pretty even right now.
Yeah. But if we want to panic, you're okay with that because that's how you make your living.
Yeah. Well, if you panic, just do it on PowerMizzou.com.
There you go.
Okay.
As you know, Colonel, I'm more of a Tiger Board guy, but I might drop by and panic on Power Mizzou today. Final question. Bragging Rights game, 12 p.m. here in St. Louis on Sunday. What are you anticipating in this one?
I think this should be a pretty good game. I would guess when a line comes out, you're looking at Illinois probably being favored by 4 to 6 points because Missouri has the better record, but hasn't really been tested. They lost to Memphis and beat Kansas and haven't really played anybody else all that good. Illinois has played 4 top 20 teams, gone 2-2, so they have more losses, but they've also got more good wins. Illinois shoots the ball really well. They both like to play fast. I think this is going to be a a fun game to watch, and hopefully it's one that is fairly competitive and comes down to the last few minutes.
It would be a hell of a nice way to go into the holidays if you're a Missouri fan. Looking forward to the festivities this weekend and monitoring the continuing transfer portal saga on PowerMizzou.com. Colonel, always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right, guys, you too.
There it is. It's Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, every Monday and Friday here on TMA. He's with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Well, Collier and Thompson, Tim, as you know, is a great place to go if you're looking to redo your house in any way. I'm talking any room at all. Normally, they like to focus on the kitchens and bathrooms because that's what people usually like to rehab, but they do anything in your house. So finish your basement to do a wine room, a man cave, bars, accent room, fireplace walls, offices, you name it. They will do it, and they will do it better than anyone in town. Now, they're not the cheapest in town. They're not your brother-in-law's cousin who's got a hammer from Home Depot going to come fix it. And they're also not the most expensive. They're right there in that sweet spot where they've got absolute professionals doing the work, and they're not the most expensive in town. So this is a place where you want to go if you're not fooling around with a remodel. You want it done, and you want it done by the best people in town. They've got their own plumbers and electricians and painters. They've got it all right there in-house. It's the kind of place where you don't need to go to 4 or 5 other different stores to get what you want. Collier & Thompson has got it all right there in-house. They have a very deep showroom. Be surprised at how big it is. Over 10,000 square feet with more than 20 kitchen displays alone. You need to go to their website at collierandthompson.com and check out some of their before and after pictures of the work that they have done in homes around St. Louis. It will blow you away. If you go there and you could ask for the owners, Carolyn Beard or Bob Strati, or one of the other designers that work there. They'll walk you through the process, show you what they can do for your home, be a great investment in your house to get it fixed up. Maybe give that as a Christmas gift. How about that? That'd go over well. Collier & Thompson's on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House, and you can come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Send your emails in. Design, air, heating, cooling email today, 1045. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the morning after. This is 101 ESPN. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Doug, a couple hundred people are in there talking it over, including Don Pepe and Droid Effects and the delectable Danny Pintaro and I Hate Paper Straws and Martin's Dangly Bits.
Are they upset with us? They're usually upset with us.
No.
Okay. Well,
pretty supportive in there. I haven't been in the one on 101 ESPN. Chairman, you monitor that for us.
I haven't been over there, and I don't know if I've popped in there this week.
See, I'll go over there, Doug, and see what's doing.
I just feel more comfortable with the TMA guys that I've come to know.
Oh, do you?
I try to spread myself out a little bit.
There's 105 watching over there. Let's see. How much can I donate to make Jackson not speak about the NBA for a week? That's from Chester McNaughton.
No, that's interesting.
Hey, Jackson, you can't help yourself but to watch the NBA highlights. Hey, Jackson, pay attention. That's from Troy. Do you pronounce it LaCroix, Doug, or LaCroix?
LaCroix. LaCroix.
I can't
Everyone's
help myself.
very, very unhappy that you like the NBA.
It's an odd deal, but it's part of what makes me, I guess.
Oh my gosh!
You know, listen. You can't. What is it? A leopard can't change its spots. Spots.
You think that's more NBA driven, or could you pick any sport and they would be down on it then?
Probably not hockey, if I had to guess. But yes, whatever I would love. But I mean, I'm talking about basketball. It's a fairly popular sport. But what is one to do?
You've pretty much given up, right?
Listen, if you can't win, don't play. Yeah. And so rain your hate down upon me. I can handle it.
Okay.
Tim, if you need any help with your exit velo whilst growling at the porcelain, I can stop by and thrust them haunches from behind. That's from I shaved my balls for this, Sierra.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
Yes. And I would never write in an email or a text like that. Ever.
I mean, I was grabbing the toilet.
You were? Why?
Because I could have taken off into another stratosphere.
You need leverage, Doug.
I needed leverage.
Wow, like a rocket ship expelling the fuel and the smoke down there?
I was down on my little cuck couch in the basement, so nobody could hear anything.
Was it projectile in nature?
It was pretty violent.
Yeah.
It was pretty violent.
And then it comes to a point where like there's obviously nothing left in your stomach,
That's
so it's
right.
just that clear bile stuff, and that's the worst too, because you don't get nothing lubricating the esophagus, for lack of a better term.
Oh,
tough.
I hate the voms, but you never feel thinner than after you just release the demons a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was taco night. And so now I see that leftover, and I told my wife, I said, "Get it out of here, woman!"
Oh, you did.
Get it out of here.
You need bland food. You need the blandest of boiled chicken.
Crackety ass crackers. That's what I've been having. And Jell-O. Yeah.
What flavor Jell-O, if I can ask?
No problem. I wanted cherry and orange. My wife went to get it for me. She went to public school, and they didn't have cherry, so I said, "Strawberry, I'll be fine, woman."
She didn't go to a second store?
I said, "Why aren't you at Straub's?"
You should have called
St.
me.
Louis, you high. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour, and they're online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. The great Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganest, wonderful sponsors of this program, and we are customers. 314-252-0029 is the number they set up for our audience to have direct access to them. It's Munganest, St. Louis Acura, and Munganest Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And then, even if you didn't get your car from Munganest, get it serviced there with Ryan Seiberg. Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night. Back in action tonight as they take on the Panthers. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. We are at $6,949.38 for our fundraiser for Annie's Hope. Tip of the cap. Candidly, we had no goal and we went into it. Internally, I was thinking, if we could do 5,000, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking yesterday when you were talking about
the
it.
fact that looks like we're going to get to 7+. Thank you to the audience.
Seriously.
Longtime TMA listeners who have been so good to us over the years, and our new listeners here on 101 ESPN. That is a great, great thing doing this, especially when people are spending money and times can be tight around the holidays. So tip of the cap. If you'd like to make a donation for Annie's Hope, donorbox.org/2024 TMA campaign. Jackson, what do we have? What do we got?
In terms
The program. I'm on fumes.
I hear you, baby.
I'm ill.
I'm going to spit my bacon take again.
No, I can't listen to
Bacon is
that
the
again.
most overrated food in America. Processed meat with links to cancer, preservatives. It's awful.
I like it. I think it's a good treat.
Well,
you don't need fries.
No, you don't eat fries either.
What about turkey bacon?
Ugh.
What do you mean,
No
ugh?
bacon.
Not a fan.
I like turkey bacon.
Nah. Well, I mean, different, some people, some things, but not a fan. I'd rather just have the real thing.
Well, you shouldn't.
You guys want to hear Charles Barkley's theory on Christmas?
Yes, please.
You bet.
All right, hit the lever, please, pal.
What would you like from Shaq? What would you like him to give you? Money?
Well, cash is always king.
No question.
You know how I feel about Christmas.
Agree.
But to see the joy on these kids' faces, man, every kid, man, I just hope y'all have a great Christmas, man, because it's really about you guys, the young girls and the young men. Because, I don't believe in getting adult stuff.
No, you don't.
You do not. 18.
So what's the use of having rich friends if you can't get nice gifts?
No, man, it's for kids and kids only. Adults should not be getting toys. When I'm president of the United States, that's going to be the first.
Oh my God!
That's going to be the First Amendment.
So
First Amendment would be an executive order, I suppose.
No adults get presents. Adults don't give other adults presents.
Yeah, you could make a pretty strong case for that.
I was doing some Christmas shopping, and when you're buying a gift, what you're really doing is buying a gift for yourself, because the person you're getting a gift for is also getting a gift for you.
Yeah.
So every time you do it, if you're someone who has sometimes trouble giving away money like that, you'd be like, well, I'm actually just buying a gift for myself in a way.
And yet the gift of money doesn't seem like it's very thoughtful.
No. Although
it's appreciated, but it doesn't feel like they put any thought into it. Or
it's the worst at this point, getting asked what you want for Christmas.
I never know what to say.
No point.
Could not agree with you more.
I've heard you talk about your parents doing it for
my mom. My dad, you might imagine. Tim, your mother's asking everybody what she wants for Christmas. I don't know. You guys are all, you're in your 40s now. I don't know. Missy, just let it, just spend it on the grandkids. We got so much crap all over the house with this Christmas. I don't know. That's the real impression.
Yeah.
The Jimmy Stewart version, I don't know what that is.
Tim, you've talked before about the leg lengthening surgery.
That'd be a lovely gift.
So I did see a video of a guy he was 5'6" and he got the surgery, and now he's 6 feet tall.
Oh my God. I bet he's got it all figured out now.
Here's the problem with it. He was doing a video of him rehabbing. First of all, they don't adjust your arm size, so you have these really long legs, and then his arms barely came down past his waist, and I was like, that's really weird. And also, he was doing this rehab video of him running, and in his mind, I guess he thought, it was this is impressive. I just got leg lengthening surgery. It was the worst running I've ever seen.
Really?
It was like that kind of run you do if you're in a parking lot of a grocery
Is this
store.
on YouTube? I can see this?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Because I'm about to fly over to China to get this done.
He was running like you're in the middle of a street and you're trying to show the car that you're going to give a little effort. That's how he was running at full speed. It seems like a terrible idea.
How much taller did it make him?
6 inches tall.
6 inches,
Oh, that's
man.
a lot.
It's no doubt, but his arms are like T-Rex
I would
arms.
roll up at brick tops. Forget about it.
You're a fan of the TikTok. Have the shoes that the TikTok shop has that claim to add 3 inches to your height made its way to your For You page
that's
yet?
better, because right now the lifts I'm wearing add 2 inches.
I mean, these claim to give you 3, and with TikTok maybe staring down the middle.
Let me ask. I ask. This is rhetorical, but if you're like getting yourself from, let's say, 5'5" to 5'8", at some point you're going to have to take those off, and the lass or gentleman that you have been pursuing, thinking that height will be important in her decision or his decision, is going to be exposed. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
I just think that
But you're beyond the point of no return at that point.
Yeah.
You may not get a second date out of it.
Right.
But with that one date, I think you're probably okay.
With a personality like yours, it would have probably already won it over.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. That needed to be said, Doug.
I know, and it was.
Yeah, I'm glad it was. Good job, Chairman. Hey, Brian Crouppen is the title sponsor of this program. We're grateful for their support. The number couldn't be any easier to remember. Watch this, 314-222-2222. Yeah, Brian Crouppen, local. Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen. They come in studio on Tuesdays here on the program. If you're in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen services, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? They're going to provide you with superior legal services and value client services as well. Haven't gotten to know those guys. I'm a big fan. I really am. I know Doug, we've gotten to know him over the last year and a half, I guess-ish. Not only are we grateful for their support of the show, title sponsor, starting in 2023 and going through 2025, but I enjoy when they come in here and talk it over. It's Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. When we come back, we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Okay. Kerry Von Erich nicks his ankle parking his motorcycle, and they make a movie about him. Give me a break. Tim could have called in sick today, but he didn't. And the world was rewarded with his perfect performance. But this email is about another Nick, St. Nick, 1991, Crestwood Ultra Mall. My buddy Bart's dad was working his Christmas gig as the famous Bar Santa. Other buddy Butchie was working as one of the elves. During the break, Santa decided to take her up a notch. Hop on here, Butchie. Time for you to sit on old Santa's lap. With that, he unfastened his suspenders and pulled down his
Don't need this
velvet pant.
No.
That's from Drew, and then the last name is Pilog.
Drew Piloge.
Do you see that happen at Crestwood the Ultra Mall?
I have not seen that, no. It's not there anymore, the mall.
That's the only reason why it's not happening.
Otherwise, probably. Yeah.
Doug, get them mitts on because the hot takes are a-coming. If Mizzou had made the playoffs this year, I would not want them to get the bye. Those teams are basically sitting at home for almost a month not playing. The other teams are actually playing in between now and the next round. I predict there will be some upsets in the next round due to this fact. The way the national championship used to be, everybody was on the same plane with the rest, and if the teams were rusty, it was both of them. In addition, at some point, the NFL needs to get its own minor league system. The quality of play in the NFL, especially at the quarterback position, horrendous overall. There are obviously some exceptions, but it's only going to get worse. These players go to 2 to 3 teams, 2 to 3 systems, and then get to the NFL and have to play in yet another system. The NFL should just take the players at 18 and train them in their own system for 2 to 3 year period before they can play in the league. Thoughts? Steve at 1, does anybody want any of our players because we can't pay them way?
Steve in Ballpark Village.
Somehow, TMA is no longer the disgraced stepchild trapped in a poorly lit storage closet. I swear I've seen cozier interrogation rooms than that cramped kennel you used to broadcast from. Some days I would turn on the live stream, certain I had accidentally clicked on a grainy hostage video, but nope. It was just 4 crusty dudes talking about the stay-at-home dads convention. Now look at these big-name guests. Joe Theismann, Darren Pang, Joe Buck. My, how times have changed. Early this year, when you guys were still broadcasting from the windowless blue coffin, your biggest guest was some random dude who called in under the false pretense that he was hosting an invite-only orgy for the TMA hosts. The premise of the call was him asking what you guys wanted to eat and drink during his group sex party. He was acting like a waiter, saying things like, "Okay, Doug, do you want red or white wine? And Tim, do you prefer crotchless panties or a ball gag?"
Oh.
Instead of hanging up on him, you guys actually played along because you didn't have anything better planned. Matter of fact, other than picking golfers out of a Lancome box, you didn't really have anything planned at all. I'm proud of you guys. The fact that you're helping a charity in need today when you guys were the most destitute schleppers in St. Louis for nearly 2 decades fills my heart with joy. Kind of like a modern-day remake of Trading Places. Merry Christmas, everyone. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
And finally, huge thanks to Kevin Wellington for sharing the experience of his family's perseverance through unthinkable tragedy and highlighting the support provided by Annie's Hope. Also, thanks to Martin for sharing his personal experience coping with family tragedy. Thanks to Amy at Annie's Hope and everyone who has donated. Thank you all for providing a healthy dose of perspective for us to think about those who have that empty chair at the table this holiday season. Great to have Tim back this morning. Tim running point on zero sleep is better than Libby Jack force-feeding the TMA audience more stories by zombie Sports Illustrated bloggers hoop-splaining why the NBA's low TV ratings are not Minnesota's fault. What the hell is that? Minnesota?
Yeah. It was a long 2 days.
I do enjoy how bent out of shape Libby Jack gets when the gentleman he finds attractive texts in how the low TV ratings proves the NBA's popularity is on the decline. Haters gone hate. Remember the origins of White's LOL stem from the backlash in the text inbox to Tim saying he was excited about the 2012 NBA Finals matchup between LeBron's Heat and Durant's Thunder. Speaking of 2012, it felt like 2012 this morning with both Joe Theismann and Joe Buck on the show. All that was missing was Prod Joe trashing Sam Bradford and letting us know which ladies on reality television have an odor. Love hearing Joe Buck mock Libby Jack Sports Center updates and the Cardinals' lack of a clear strategy beyond shedding payroll and focusing on the minor leagues because for some reason they weren't already. Congrats to Martin and Doug on getting the invite to Joey Vitali's Christmas party. I'm sure Libby Jack can get in if he wears his slutty reindeer costume and promises not to ask Joey about the size of other men's weens. Doug, that's from Buck Swope.
Sure it was.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Well, it was long, but some of it was friendly from Buck Swope today, and I appreciate that, so I'm going to cast my vote for Buck Swope.
Chairman Kurt, ladies and gentlemen.
You zigged. I'm going to zag. Steve Orlovsky had some quarterback takes. I'm going Chairman Steve.
Wow.
Turned.
I'm rocking with Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one.
Congratulations.
Buck Swope. I was going JV golf coach, so if you would have wavered. Congratulations, Buck Swope. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, Design Air, you're a client. I'm a client. Martin is a client. Tell me about Design Air.
They're going to be there if you need them this holiday season or whenever. If something happens to your furnace, Design Air is the name you need to know. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. This is a St. Louis business. It's on the 4th generation now. They know how to do it. They know how to do it right. I've called Seth and had his people out to my house a couple of times. They're just fantastic. Also, longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. One thing they will never do is they will never attempt to upsell you. Whatever is wrong with your furnace, that's all they are going to fix. Whatever you need, they are there for you. They'll always give you exactly that. That is their pledge to you. Their website is easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of today's special broadcast as it is our last show with the whole group together before the holiday week. Doug will be off on Monday and Tuesday. Everybody's off for Christmas on Wednesday, and Jackson and I are off on Thursday and Friday. Martin is off the entirety of the following week. And so we wanted to do something a little unique, a little special, tying in some names from the show, such as Jay Randolph Jr. and Michael Wellington. Michael Wellington's brother lost his wife in October, and Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend, Amy, has been with Annie's Hope for 13 years. And so in that vein, because Annie's Hope experienced significant flood damage on Tuesday, November 5th, we wanted to raise money for Annie's Hope today, and you have come through, and we have raised $7,076.75. Tip of the cap to the audience for coming through on a spur-of-the-moment fundraiser on this Friday before the Christmas week. That is outstanding. Thank you so much for your kindness. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.